Chapter 851, A Technique to Fool the Heavens. Chapter 851, A Technique to Fool the Heavens. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Time slowly passed. The possession had already gone on for a very long time, and Wang Baoli felt a little tired as well. After all, continuously unleashing the dark fire while forming his devouring seed and scabbard and making them constantly shake, and seem to struggle so as to scare people was all very tiring. And absorbing the old ghost soul body and biting it every time was also very tiring. The most important thing was, even though Wang Baoli gave up on resisting in the end and focused on absorbing, such cooperation was equally tiring. That was because the old ghost was unleashing different kinds of possession techniques. Oh well, I'm just that nice. To respect the elderly, I'll let him suffer. Wang Baoli sighed while not hiding the fact that he was very pleased with himself. But he displayed a look of helplessness as well and swallowed a part of the old ghost soul again. Now, almost 70% of the old ghost soul had been swallowed by him. In fact, Wang Baoli even felt himself changing. He had a feeling that when the possession ended and he opened his eyes, his cultivation would break through and step into the spirit immortal realm from the soul conduit realm. And he would definitely not be at the early stage spirit immortal realm. There was an extremely huge possibility that he would instantly rise to the mid-stage spirit immortal realm. In fact, reaching the late-stage spirit immortal realm seemed possible as well. So be it, for all that, I'll just feel tired. Wang Baoli sighed and lunged over again to swallow viciously. But when he swallowed this time, the old ghost, who was still continuously trying previously, suddenly let out a roar. The remaining part of his soul spread forth. He didn't try again. Instead, he retreated and chose to escape. Obviously, the old ghost had been extremely shocked by the weirdness of the possession. He actually decided to give up at that moment and wanted to leave. However, this was Wang Baoli's essence body, and the old ghost couldn't just come and go as he pleased. The old ghost made use of Wang Baoli to practice the demonic eye art and formed a connection with him as a result, which thereby became the opportunity for the possession. However, the connection could also be used by Wang Baoli to make it so that the old ghost couldn't escape his body. Demonic eye art. As Wang Baoli's soul body shook, his soul instantly became a giant black eye and formed a seal, preventing the old ghost from leaving the possession as he cried out in pain. Fellow Daoist Wang, I was wrong. I beg you. I can give you anything. I was wrong. Call me Daddy, and I'll consider it. Daddy, I was wrong, I really did something wrong. Please let me go. I finished considering it. There's no use even if you call me Daddy. Son, fat chance. Wang Baoli, you forced my hand. Yeah, I forced your hand, so what? Wang Baoli humphed and lunged again to take another bite. Ah! The old ghost went into a frenzy and unleashed his cultivation techniques hysterically. 9-to-1 origin skill. Demonic eye heaven art. Single focus technique. He unleashed over 10 cultivation techniques at once, but in the end, he still failed. And under Wang Baoli's continuous absorption, he had already lost more than 80% of his soul body. There was only his soul's head left floating there, and his eyes were filled with desperation and confusion. He had already completely given up. While he was completely exhausted, the one thing he was most obsessed about in his heart was why things would turn out this way and why he failed. Wang Baoli, I'll use a secret to exchange for an answer from you. Tell me, why did the possession end up like this? In the end, the old ghost looked at Wang Baoli blankly and mumbled. What secret? Tell me? Wang Baoli, who was preparing to eat up the remaining soul in one go, asked. The divine eye art isn't my original cultivation technique. Like the statue outside, it comes from a mysterious place called the Graveyard of Stars. It's a place of legends in the never-ending star domain and a secret realm that countless top family clans and sects desire, and would die for. And I know a way to obtain a place to secretly enter when people enter using a certain ceremony. Don't bother searching my soul. I've sealed it with a hindrance, and it'll collapse the moment my soul is searched. Now, can you tell me why my possession failed? Speaking to that point, the old ghost looked towards Wang Baoli with anticipation. He said he wanted to exchange for an answer, but, in reality, he said all that as bait in an attempt to save his own life. In fact, he had other ideas deep in his mind. Although he failed this time, it didn't mean that he wouldn't succeed the next time so long as Wang Baoli was swayed and gave him a chance. He believed that so long as Wang Baoli was swayed, his life would be saved. As for the secret, he would naturally tell it to Wang Baoli. That was because there were two ways to enter that mysterious land, a legitimate way and a special way. He had already passed down the legitimate way to people in his clan before he died all those years ago. As for the special way, he originally planned to use it to bring misfortune to people, but he didn't get to use it before he died. Now, he decided to use it to bring misfortune upon Wang Baoli. So long as Wang Baoli was swayed and followed his method, he would have a chance to control the situation again. Interesting. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes, looked at the patriarch, and laughed. The reason your possession failed? Of course I can tell you that. You fool. My body now is only an avatar. You tried to possess my avatar. Isn't that foolish? I was even hoping for you to succeed. If you had successfully possessed my avatar, would you have become my avatar? Wang Baoli coughed and told him the answer. The answer was like countless bolts of lightning exploding in the old ghost's soul. He had previously guessed many answers, but he didn't expect it to be this way. So, as his soul shook, he almost exploded open uncontrollably. Impossible! The old ghost roared. To him, it was all a huge joke. He prepared so much and thought for so long, unleashing techniques and dirty tricks. In the end, he discovered that the thing he wanted to possess was actually an illusory avatar. Instinctively, he felt that this was wrong. That was because, if Wang Baoli was an avatar, it was impossible for him not to notice. Unless someone unleashed a technique to fool the heavens, blocking my soul sense and planting a seed of illusion in my brain. The thought came to the old ghost out of the blue and was the only explanation he could think of. He felt bitter, frenzied, and indignant in his heart. He was about to speak, but in the next moment, he saw Wang Baoli's soul body speeding towards him. He doesn't want to know. A strong sense of danger made the old ghost scream. But not waiting for him to finish speaking, the remaining portion of his soul body was completely and cleanly swallowed by Wang Baoli. He had already died before and was only left with a soul body. If he died under the hands of someone else, possibly because his 9 spectrals were sealed, there were still some seals and thus a possibility of reviving again. However, those who died under the hands of someone from the dark sect wouldn't have this chance at all. Because when Wang Baoli swallowed him, he said a certain sentence. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. When he said that, the sound of something being damaged came from Wang Baoli's soul. The first emperor of the Divine Eye civilization had his form and soul destroyed at that moment. Of course I want to know, but I also know that leaving a threat behind brings no benefit to me. Besides, the Violet Gold civilization isn't foolish. You're obviously not the only one who knows about this. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. Through the words of the old ghost, he faintly guessed why the Violet Gold civilization would cooperate with the weak Divine Eye civilization. If the Divine Eye civilization didn't have the secret about the graveyard of stars, Wang Baoli felt that it was highly unlikely. As for Xie Haiyang, he might have eaten 3 and allowed me to go against the person he invested in for a long time, because he had plans regarding the graveyard of stars. As all sorts of thoughts flashed in Wang Baoli's mind, he felt the strength of his soul body and the intense disturbances that threatened to explode out and remembered the possession. He was already 90% sure in his heart that his senior brother, Chen Qing, helped him back then and left such a great opportunity for him. Senior brother, where are you? Wang Baoli sighed. With thanks and longing, his soul spread out and covered his body. The moment he controlled his body again, his cultivation shot up. Chapter 852, Herding All Life. Chapter 852, Herding All Life. To Wang Baoli, this chance, from how much it could increase his cultivation alone, could be said to be unprecedented. Even though he had many opportunities previously, they mostly increased his potential and kept gathering. At this moment, all of his gathered opportunities exploded forth, and his cultivation started shooting up incredibly. He could clearly feel that after he swallowed the old ghost, he seemed to have a vast ocean in his soul. And what he needed to do most was unleash that ocean and turn it into his cultivation. At the same time, he could faintly feel that the ocean wasn't completely sealed within his soul like he previously thought. It seemed to be slowly dissipating away. Such dissipation made Wang Baoli's gaze flash. As a dark child, he could tell that such dissipation was definitely not a dark sect technique. That was because the dark sect herded souls and cared most about getting the purest soul back into the cycle of reincarnation. As for their cultivation and soul power, they would be returned back to the heavens and earth, causing it to become a cycle. But the ocean within his soul now didn't dissipate back into the heavens and earth. Instead, it seemed to flow to a designated place. Wang Baoli couldn't explain such a feeling clearly, but as a dark child, his gut told him that such a judgment shouldn't be wrong. What the heck? Such a feeling shocked Wang Baoli a bit. He couldn't help but think of the never-ending clan, and another guess appeared in his mind. Could it be that the so-called method the never-ending clan uses to break past life and death is only an illusion? The true core of their technique is to absorb the power of the entire Tao domain slowly into their bodies. The dark sect herds souls of the dead, while the never-ending clan herds all life. He didn't know whether he was correct or not, but he was very clear that he absolutely couldn't let the opportunity he had put in so much effort to obtain dissipate. So, without hesitation, Wang Baoli made his own soul the place where the ocean flowed into. He seemed to open the floodgates, causing the ocean in his soul to explode forth. As it exploded forth, his body shook violently. He instantly felt the cultivation of his essence body explode forth from the previous false immortal realm state. His soul shook, and his essence body swayed. It was like a shoot sprouting from the ground, and it kept pounding forth. As if it could crush mountains and empty the sea, he achieved a breakthrough immediately. From the false immortal state of a perfected stage soul conduit, his cultivation increased to the early stage spirit immortal realm. A so-called spirit immortal would turn their soul into a divine soul and have no impurities in their body. With the circulation of their cultivation within their body, a natural aroma would spread towards the surroundings. While it would cause them to change completely both internally and externally, it would also cause them to have a power similar to an energy field due to the transformation of their soul. It would spread in a radius of 1,000 feet and seemingly turn that area into their own territory. Within that territory, unless those who had lower cultivations used special methods or dharmic treasures, they would be suppressed immediately. And this opportunity hadn't ended. When Wang Baoli swallowed the old ghost, it didn't only include the old ghost. He also swallowed the chi of millions of dead souls, as well as the 12 spiritual dragons that the 12 emperors turned into. The ocean in his soul formed from all of that was extremely magnificent. So, after he paused for a short while, he opened the floodgates again and allowed the ocean in his soul to gush forward once more. His cultivation started shooting up incredibly again the moment he broke through the soul conduit realm, and stepped into the spirit immortal realm. Rumbles reverberated on his body. As the firmament of the imperial cemetery rumbled, it formed a giant vortex. While it affected the whole world, Wang Baoli's cultivation rose again. From the early stage spirit immortal realm, he reached the peak of the early stage spirit immortal realm immediately and even hit the perfected early stage spirit immortal realm. All of that seemed to be achieved effortlessly. It was as though no obstacles could obstruct the seawater that burst forth intensely, that they were so weak that they couldn't even take a hit. Any obstacles were smashed apart directly. This caused his cultivation to skip the refinement and stabilization process that ordinary cultivators needed to do for dozens of years. This feeling. This is the feeling I want. Wang Baoli was extremely excited. After suppressing the ocean in his soul temporarily, he gritted his teeth and let it explode forth once more. Instantly, the rise of his cultivation became even more violent. It seemed to gather all its power to charge forth violently as he broke through the early stage spirit immortal realm and stepped into the mid-stage spirit immortal realm. The moment he became a mid-stage spirit immortal, Wang Baoli's body shook violently, and a roar spread from his mouth. Rumbles and cracks sounded from his body, seemingly reverberating continuously from inside his body towards the outside. As the rumbles and cracks reverberated, the disturbances dispersed from his body exceeded the previous ones by more than 10 times. Such cracks left Wang Baoli with no choice but to temporarily suppress the ocean within his soul, like closing the floodgates. At the same time, the vortex in the sky exploded forth more intensely, and the earth was trembling. A horrifying aura spread from his body. I should be able to continue. Wang Baoli didn't open his eyes. He was very clear that he was in an extremely important period. How high his cultivation could reach depended on this opportunity. Of course, it depended on how much he could take. That was because, while his cultivation was increasing, his essence body was also reaching its limit. The previous cracks and rumbles brought him extreme pain, as though his soul was about to collapse every time they sounded. But Wang Baoli didn't care about this kind of pain. He was already someone who was harsh on himself. At that moment, he opened the floodgates again without hesitation, causing the ocean in his soul to burst forth violently once again. It gushed straight into his body, and his cultivation shot up once again. Rumbles echoed in his soul. As the cracks in his body became more intense, his cultivation also shot up crazily. It kept shooting up from the mid-stage spirit immortal realm. When it neared the peak of the mid-stage spirit immortal realm, his body had reached its limit. If someone stood in front of him right then, they would definitely see that his essence body had countless rifts on it. It was like a broken porcelain vase that was forcefully glued back together, seeming like it would collapse with a gentle touch. That was because Wang Baoli's cultivation increased too quickly this time, which made it such that his essence body had no time to digest and get used to its new cultivation. It was as though it was being force-fed. Although the increase in his cultivation was horrifying, there was also danger involved. This was also because Wang Baoli was becoming somewhat greedy and very harsh on himself. If he only broke through to the early stage spirit immortal realm, his essence body wouldn't be in such a state. It was just that, if he really absorbed the cultivation slowly, it would definitely take a long time. The most important thing was, Wang Baoli was worried that as time passed, the opportunity he didn't absorb would dissipate completely and no longer belong to him. That was unless he could absorb it completely and turn it into his cultivation. So, Wang Baoli closed his eyes, judged the situation, and gritted his teeth as he chanted the Tao scripture silently in his heart. At the same time, he activated the eternal star fire and the planet realm palm within it, causing it to disperse its power and descend on his body. He turned it into external pressure to forcefully stop his body from collapsing. I don't believe it. Wang Baoli growled, and his cultivation exploded forth again. As his body trembled, it seemed to be about to explode. But immediately, the eternal star fire spread out and engulfed him. The planet realm palm also flew out and floated above him to suppress his body. This way, they caused Wang Baoli's body, which was about to collapse, to re-stabilize. Following that, his cultivation exploded forth rapidly under the force feeding and reached the peak of the mid-stage spirit immortal realm, even reaching the perfected mid-stage spirit immortal realm. And at that moment, only 20% of the sea of opportunity in Wang Baoli's soul was left. After thinking for a short while, frenzy appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes as he completely unleashed the remaining 20% of the sea of opportunity. Breakthrough! As Wang Baoli roared in his heart, the power of the Tao scripture descended. While it engulfed the entire world, it also descended upon his body, causing it to stabilize again while it trembled. Following that, as the 20% of the sea of opportunity gushed into his body, his cultivation shot up again. The rumbles were like heavenly thunder as they spread from Wang Baoli's body. As they echoed around the whole world, his cultivation finally rose to its limit. Under the crazy charging of his perfected mid-stage spirit immortal cultivation, his cultivation broke through again. He stepped into the late-stage spirit immortal realm. And the consequence was the trembling of his body. The intense pain, as though his body and soul were splitting apart, made Wang Baoli scream. His cultivation circulated violently, and the demonic eye appeared behind him. The Emperor armor also appeared and engulfed him as he kept reinforcing his body. They combined with the eternal star fire, planet realm palm, and Tao scripture to suppress his body with all their might, buying time for him to stabilize and repair it. I must persevere. D*MN it, this is the best, unprecedented opportunity that I, Wang Baoli, have ever gotten. No one can take it away from me. At the same time, deep under the ground of the divine I main star, within the coffin where Wang Baoli's true body resided, the true body, which had its eyes closed, also started rumbling at that moment. Waves of spirit immortal disturbances spread forth. As they rose to the late-stage spirit immortal realm, the mysterious mask also glowed. Faintly, the sound of little Missy inhaling could be heard. This Wang Baoli is too greedy. He's also too harsh on himself. He's risking his life just to increase his cultivation. Fine, I'll help him. I bet this Wang Baoli won't succeed. His avatar definitely can't withstand it and will collapse, causing him to fail. No one can do that, and he's no exception. There's no way he'll succeed. Little Missy coughed as she said words similar to what she had said many times before. Chapter 853, Dark Art, Return of Yang. Chapter 853, Dark Art, Return of Yang. To a certain extent, little Missy's words made sense. Wang Baoli was indeed too greedy this time. Although it was because he didn't want the opportunity that he worked so hard to obtain to slip away, both the early stage and mid-stage spirit immortal realm wouldn't cause him such pain. After all, completely unleashing the ocean in his soul, and pouring it all into his body in such a short time meant that his essence body could be considered to be torn to pieces. It could withstand collapsing and stand there because of the eternal star fire and planet realm palm in his body, alongside the suppression of the emperor armor and power of the Tao scripture. It was just that the intense pain coming from his body made Wang Baoli shiver uncontrollably. But the only thing that he could do at that point was focus all of his energy on stabilizing his body. The good thing was that both the eternal star fire and the planet realm palm had extraordinary power. The emperor armor also acted like a tightening ring to bind his body, thereby giving him time to catch his breath. The most important factor was the Tao scripture. When its will descended and engulfed Wang Baoli's body, it seemed to give him incredible power. This made it so that Wang Baoli could forcefully stabilize his body a bit in a short amount of time. It was just that, the Tao scripture couldn't be sustained for long and dissipated very quickly. But the eternal star fire could last forever, so although he was suddenly under a lot of stress, after the stabilization, he could already open his eyes slightly. I was too reckless this time. Wang Baoli lowered his head while smiling bitterly. Looking at his body, he could clearly feel that once he stopped using the eternal star fire, planet realm palm, or emperor armor, his body would collapse immediately. His state could be considered at an equilibrium. I'm already a late-stage spirit immortal, but I feel like a porcelain doll. I'll be screwed by a mere touch. Wang Baoli raised his head helplessly. His gaze swept past the millions of souls kneeling in front of him while remaining stationary. He also looked towards the 12 emperors kneeling in the Sky Palace, a strange glimmer appearing in his eyes. In the end, he looked at the emperor's armor sitting on the royal throne deep within the palace. After swallowing the old ghost, although he didn't obtain his memories and the continuation techniques of the demonic eye art, his own demonic eye art was already different from before. Without the will of the old ghost within it, the demonic eye art already completely belonged to him. Wang Baoli even experienced a strange feeling when he looked towards the emperor's armor. It was as though the armor was dispersing waves of resonance with his demonic eye art cultivation technique. Feeling that resonance, Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. Despite every part of his body hurting, he still forced himself to raise his feet and step forward. His late-stage spirit immortal cultivation spread forth, and although he only took one step, Wang Baoli's silhouette disappeared. When it reappeared, he was already in the palace. He was behind the 12 emperors and in front of the emperor's armor. Wang Baoli stood there and stared at the armor in front of him. After being silent for a few breaths' time, he slowly raised his right hand and pressed it towards the armor. The giant black eye behind him also appeared. Instantly, as Wang Baoli's palm landed and the black eye appeared behind him, the emperor's armor in front of him trembled and actually disassembled itself into hundreds of pieces in the blink of an eye, heading straight for Wang Baoli. It first touched his outstretched right hand and slowly covered him starting from the finger. After it formed a black palm armor, it spread up his arm towards his chest and then spread to his left hand and entire upper body. Afterwards, it spread up and down at the same time. One part went up Wang Baoli's neck and covered his face. Meanwhile, the other part spread towards his legs. All of that happened in an instant, and in that instant, Wang Baoli's body trembled violently. He felt the disturbance of the Dharach armor and the vibration of his dharmic battleship. Very quickly, The Locust Dharmic battleship was actually separated from within the Emperor armor and landed at one side amidst rumbles. It was as though the Emperor's armor didn't approve of it. While it chased it away, it fused together with the original Dharach armor. Such a fusion was obviously more compatible than the one between the Dharach armor and Locust Dharmic battleship. It was as though the two armors were originally a single armor. There were no obstacles to the fusion, and they both seemed to complement each other. In an instant, they completely fused together. In the next moment, an aura even more violent than that of the previous Emperor armor burst forth from Wang Baoli's new armor. Its appearance also changed. Countless complicated patterns appeared, looking like countless eyes. The previous bone spikes were all retracted, but they didn't disappear. Instead, Wang Baoli could unleash them with just a thought. Its color was also completely black. Finally, within the countless eyes on the armor, a giant red eye appeared on Wang Baoli's chest. The eyes were like stars accentuating the moon, making the red eye extremely eye-catching. Following that was a wave of power that was completely compatible with Wang Baoli's avatar. Furthermore, the complete divine eye art that Wang Baoli longed for was imprinted directly into his mind from the armor. This caused Wang Baoli to clench his fists as his breathing quickened. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed as the winds and clouds rumbled. His late-stage spirit immortal cultivation exploded forth, and it was boosted instantly. It exceeded the late-stage and perfected spirit immortal realm. Although the power unleashed was weaker than that of a planet realm. To a certain extent, it seemed not too far off from the power of a true planet realm. This shook Wang Baoli's soul. He felt that he was stronger than he ever was before, and he also felt that his torn and tattered body had actually stabilized even more following the appearance of the new Emperor armor. It seemed like he didn't even need the Eternal Starfire and Planet Realm Palm to maintain his current state. Such a feeling was very intense and caused Wang Baoli to decisively try putting away both the Eternal Starfire and Planet Realm Palm at once after going silent for a few breaths. When he put them away completely, although the intense pain on his body intensified, his body remained stable as he predicted. This Emperor armor is indeed extraordinary. If that's the case, then I have time to think about how to completely stabilize my body. At the same time, following the completion of the divine eye art, my cultivation can rise infinitely so long as I continue killing in the future. While Wang Baoli was extremely excited, he experienced how horrifying the divine eye art was. Meanwhile, he also grew more curious about the origin of the divine eye art. But he knew that he couldn't be anxious about those kinds of things. He also didn't regret completely exterminating the old ghost. After all, Wang Baoli instinctively distrusted that old ghost. After suppressing that thought, he raised his head to look at his surroundings. He was just about to check what treasures were left within the Imperial Cemetery when, as his gaze swept past, the motionless Emperor spirits kneeling down within the palace trembled. After they got up and turned their heads to look at Wang Baoli in unison, they kneeled towards him. "Greetings, Emperor." Not only they behaved this way. Outside the palace, the millions of spirits got up and turned around in unison. Afterward, they all kneeled towards Wang Baoli and dispersed a heaven-shaking wave as their disturbances gathered together. "Greetings, Emperor." Wang Baoli immediately narrowed his eyes and experienced it. First, he confirmed that he was indeed Wang Baoli and that him swallowing the old ghost wasn't an illusion and actually happened. Afterward, he looked towards the 12 emperors and the millions of spirits outside. He had already noticed something interesting, though he wasn't sure of the source. Perhaps it was because of him swallowing the old ghost, or the fact that he was the Dark Child, or because of his armor. There was also a possibility that it was due to all three of those factors combined. Regardless, he was able to control the millions of souls and 12 emperors. More than that, to them, he was the Divine Eye Civilization's emperor. 12 emperors, and every one of them is equivalent to a spirit immortal divine soul. For the millions of souls, although they're not spirit immortals, they all have the power of a nascent soul. This scene caused Wang Baoli's breathing to quicken slightly as a glimmer appeared in his eyes. He had already understood in his heart that all of this was probably prepared by the old ghost for his rise after he revived. "You're worse than me at herding souls, old ghost. As for sealing souls and returning yang, you definitely wouldn't know how to do that either. So, these millions of souls are destined to belong to me. As Wang Baoli laughed, he raised his right hand and waved it. Instantly, large numbers of puppets appeared from within his storage bag. There were approximately 100,000 of them. Although they couldn't meet the requirements of millions of souls, they could at least provide them a place to shelter themselves. Afterward, Wang Baoli took out 12 strong puppets that he had refined himself. The 12 puppets were created in batches by Wang Baoli throughout the years. As they appeared, Wang Baoli weaved hand seals with both hands as a strange light spread from his eyes. Instantly, dark fire burst forth from within and outside his body, transforming into dark seals that weren't from this world one after another in his surroundings. Dark Art. Sealing, Return of Yang. Chapter 854, 9 Spectral's Heaven. Chapter 854, 9 Spectral's Heaven. The dark dream he experienced previously allowed Wang Baoli to learn many dark arts. However, it was hard for him to unleash them due to his low cultivation level. Now, as his cultivation reached the late-stage spirit immortal realm, many techniques could be used by him. For example, the return of yang was a method to allow souls to gather on a certain object. And there were many restrictions when unleashing this technique. It required the souls to not resist at all and was considered a forbidden technique in the dark sect. But to Wang Baoli now, there was no such thing as a forbidden technique. As he unleashed his technique, the soul bodies of the 12 emperors trembled violently and became 12 rays of black light, that headed towards the 12 puppets Wang Baoli took out. Instantly, they fused together. After a moment, the 12 puppets shook, and slowly, each of them dispersed auras equivalent to that of an early-stage spirit immortal. The auras were still not very stable and required more time to fuse. It was fine, though, as Wang Baoli was in no hurry. After checking thoroughly and ensuring that there were no problems, he raised his right hand and waved it to store the 12 puppets. After nurturing them for a short period of time, I'll have 12 spirit immortal puppets. And those millions of souls. Wang Baoli was delighted in his heart. He felt that not only did his cultivation reach an astonishing level, he also obtained many rewards. So he happily stored those 100,000 puppets and the millions of souls residing in them into his storage bag. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at his surroundings. Normally, cemeteries would have some funeral objects buried along with the dead. This is the Divine Eye Civilization's imperial cemetery, and previous emperors were all buried here after they died. In that case, there must be many funeral objects. Wang Baoli's eyes glowed as he spread his divine sense out. With the power of his late-stage spirit immortal divine sense, despite the imperial cemetery covering a large area, it engulfed the entire place in an instant. After sweeping across the area rapidly, Wang Baoli's body jolted, and his eyes grew wide. All of this. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened due to what he saw with his divine sense. In the next moment, his body took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the sky above the palace. When he lowered his head, he immediately saw 4 huge mountains, which he had seen with his divine sense previously. The 4 mountains had the palace at their center, surrounding it. The 4 huge mountains looked like mountain ranges, but under Wang Baoli's Dharma eyes, their veil was lifted. The scene in his eyes sent shockwaves through Wang Baoli's soul. The first mountain seemed to have assimilated as time passed and had completely fused into one. It was obviously formed by the stacking of countless spirit stones. Wang Baoli didn't notice it previously because the spirit chi within the spirit stones in the mountain had already completely dissipated, making it look like a regular mountain. There are tens of millions of spirit stones at least. Wang Baoli inhaled. He was shocked, and his body neared rapidly and took a closer look. He could only clutch his chest as he felt a strong sense of emotional pain. I've come too late. If only I came here some 10,000 years ago. Wang Baoli wore a gloomy expression, and he was unable to discern how he felt. After a moment, he looked towards the second mountain, which was formed by the piling of countless pills. It was just that, the pills had no more spirit chi in them, just like the spirit stones. They had already degenerated from within and lost their effectiveness. Is the Divine Eye Civilization full of fools? How could they be so wasteful? Were they extremely rich back in the day? Wang Baoli felt extreme pain as he reached the pill mountain and stared at it blankly. After a moment, he went to the third and fourth mountains listlessly. The two mountains were a Dharmic treasure mountain and a battleship mountain. When Wang Baoli went to the former, his sense of regret intensified a bit. But because he was an artifact refinement master, he was very clear that Dharmic treasures that were decayed by time weren't worth much. So although he still felt pain over the loss, he left after checking the mountain. However, when he went to the last mountain and saw the mountain formed by the piling of countless battleships, Wang Baoli became extremely depressed and heartbroken. My God, that's way too wasteful. Wang Baoli wanted to cry but had no tears. That was especially so when he discovered that there were actually Dharmic battleships in the mountain. When he discovered that there were up to 1,000 of them, he seemed to be hit by an invisible fist, and his whole body shook for a while. The Divine Eye civilization is definitely crazy. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't possibly bury 1,000 Dharmic battleships with their dead. Which B** did this? Wang Baoli became extremely angry in an instant, his heart bleeding from the sense of loss. But at the same time, he was suspicious. Because, logically speaking, the Divine Eye civilization couldn't possibly be so strong. So, after checking thoroughly, he sighed. They weren't buried with the dead all at once, but divided into many different times. Probably, after each B** died, they would bury Dharmic battleships with them more or less. And the Dharmic battleships basically all have cracks on them. They don't seem to be corroded by time. It's more like damage that they sustained when they were alive. It's probably like that anyway. After all, it's unclear how long has passed since the civilization's establishment. Wang Baoli sighed as he went forward to pick out a Dharmic battleship indignantly. After checking it thoroughly, he confirmed that the Dharmic battleships had all completely died, and only their corpses remained. And probably due to their previous injuries or the corrosion of time, they had already lost their value as materials. But if he just left like that, Wang Baoli would be unsatisfied. So he stood there silently for a long while before suddenly raising his hand to grab towards the air. After taking out a Dharmic battleship, he started trying to modify it. Although it was already a corpse and had lost its value, Wang Baoli's mastery in artifact refinement gave him some ability to turn trash into treasure. After he disassembled some self-destructing battleships and incorporated them within the Dharmic battleships, Wang Baoli finally recovered some of the value of the dead Dharmic battleship. The value was displayed via the principle of recycling. It allowed the Dharmic battleship corpse to recover part of its power for a moment and then self-destruct. However, the power was very weak, only 10% of that of a regular Dharmic battleship. But there were thousands of Dharmic battleships there. Wang Baoli would gain quite a lot if he modified all of them. So he gritted his teeth and took out his 100,000 puppets. Because souls were residing in them, they were easier to control. Therefore, after 3 days, under the efforts of the 100,000 puppets, a total of more than 900 Dharmic battleships were modified by Wang Baoli and became his self-destructing Dharmic battleships. Although their power is ordinary, they can still be used to scare people. Wang Baoli sighed. That was probably the only thing Wang Baoli thought was decent about the Dharmic battleships, their appearance. Under his modifications, although their explosive power was weak, the Dharmic battleships still looked very scary and no different from normal Dharmic battleships. After comforting himself, Wang Baoli accepted the result reluctantly. Then, after storing all of the Dharmic battleships, he raised his head to look at the sky and took a deep breath. If that's it, it's time for me to leave. Wang Baoli turned his head to look at his surroundings and spread his divine sense out again, to check the entire Imperial Cemetery once more. After he was sure he didn't miss out on anything, he finally looked at the palace floating in mid-air. It's a pity that it's all an illusion and doesn't actually exist. Otherwise, I could disassemble and sell it. Shaking his head in regret, Wang Baoli flicked his body, heading towards the sky. As he neared, he raised his right hand and threw a punch. The sky rumbled, and a giant vortex was created by Wang Baoli. On the one hand, his cultivation was extremely strong. On the other hand, he had become the emperor and was the owner of the Imperial Cemetery. So as rumbles sounded, he activated the Imperial Cemetery's exit. As the vortex appeared, Wang Baoli, who was about to step out, suddenly stopped in his tracks and stared. Looking at the pitch darkness outside the vortex and feeling the auras dispersing into the vortex from outside, he couldn't stop light from appearing in his eyes. This aura. Wang Baoli held his breath and spread his divine sense out first, incorporating it into the vortex to sense the outside world. When he noticed the void in the world he was in, the vast amount of mist spreading within it, and that the imperial cemetery statue he was in was constantly sinking, Wang Baoli was stunned. This is the Dark Realm? The Dark Realm was referred to by different names in different civilizations. For example, the Divine Eye civilization called it the Nine Spectrals. And to Wang Baoli's knowledge, it was the dark place that the dark sect opened up. Because of his low cultivation, he only knew about it and had never entered it before. But now, after sensing the aura outside and double confirming, Wang Baoli became invigorated. With a flick of his body, he stepped out of the vortex and stood atop the constantly sinking statue, gazing at his surroundings. The moment his body appeared, it seemed as though a stone had been thrown onto a lake's surface. He caused all of the surrounding mist to roll, and cries sounded in the originally silent world. Wherever his gaze landed, all of the mist boiled and rolled intensely. It sped forth from all around and circled Wang Baoli's surroundings. It formed an even bigger vortex and spread even further. It seemed to be cheering for him, welcoming him, and worshipping him. Which good Samaritan used their immense strength to throw this statue into the Dark Realm? Wang Baoli was very surprised in his heart. Because, by simply breathing, as the surrounding mist entered his body, the torn and tattered body under his armor actually recovered more quickly. Chapter 855, Strongest Spirit Immortal. Chapter 855, Strongest Spirit Immortal. To Dark Sect disciples, the Dark Realm was like a world completely under their control. Like how the heaven and earth were divided into yin and yang, Dark Sect disciples in the Dark Realm could do more than herd souls, they could cultivate. And the special Dark Chi within the Dark Realm was an extremely nourishing item equivalent to Spirit Chi for the Dark Sect. It could cause their cultivation to incorporate both yin and yang and far exceed that of other sects. For Dark Sect disciples back in the day, everyone had a fixed right to enter the Dark Realm to cultivate. But there were still cultivation level requirements. They had to be at least at the planet realm in order to enter. So, Wang Baoli had heard of and knew about it while in the Dark Dream, but he had never entered it before. And after the Dark Sect fell, because the Heavenly Tao collapsed, the Dark Sect was already wilting to a certain extent. Furthermore, the Never-Ending Clan had sealed it, and thus no Dark Sect disciple had gone to the Dark Realm for a very very long time. Similarly, because no one had gone there for a very long time, it caused the concentration of Dark Chi within the Dark Realm of the Never-Ending Tao domain to reach an astonishing level. Although souls at the planet realm and above couldn't enter the Dark Realm due to the death of the Heavenly Tao, causing the entire Dark Realm to lose its source, the concentrated aura, was still incredible nourishment for Wang Baoli. After sensing that this was the Dark Realm that the Dark Sect referred to and that the aura there caused his shattered body to heal, Wang Baoli thought that everything would be perfect if he could let his true body sink into this place. What a pity! Wang Baoli felt that it was a real pity, but he felt more excitement in his heart. Because, according to the dark arts that he learned, once he reached the planet realm, he could activate the Dark Realm and let his true body enter it. With that thought, Wang Baoli was reinvigorated. While stepping on the statue, he raised his right hand and weaved hand seals. Instantly, the surrounding mist moved to him and became a vortex that spun crazily with him at its center. As it spun, a large amount of Dark Chi headed straight for Wang Baoli under the cheering and worshipping. It went along his 7 orifices and crazily gushed into every hair and inch of skin on his body. The death aura, which would cause other people to feel shocked when they touched it, and which they would much rather avoid, was an extremely nourishing item to Wang Baoli. As he absorbed it, his essence body under his Emperor armor, which originally had countless rifts on it, was rapidly healing. Moreover, as the death aura entered his body, although Wang Baoli's cultivation didn't increase, there was an effect similar to stabilizing his cultivation. One could say that the previous Wang Baoli had lost the contemplative understanding of cultivation he had gathered because his cultivation had increased too quickly and couldn't cover all bases properly. That caused his cultivation to seem like the late-stage Spirit Immortal realm, but he couldn't completely unleash his full combat strength. But now, under the boost of the death aura, all the future trouble that the huge increase in his cultivation brought was rapidly being settled. As it was settled, an immense cultivation disturbance exploded forth from his body. There was also a sense of power and strength that spread from every inch of his body and gathered into his consciousness. It caused Wang Baoli to raise his head and let out a roar uncontrollably. As the roar sounded, the surrounding vortex rumbled again, and more death aura gushed forth, seemingly without limit. It also seemed like the death aura had spirit intelligence and was indignant at being trapped in the dark realm for so long, wanting to become part of Wang Baoli and follow him out to see the sun again. So, as waves of heavenly thunder-like rumbles sounded, the vortex got bigger and bigger, and all of the rifts on Wang Baoli's body completely healed. When the injuries both inside and outside his body completely healed, his cultivation seemed like it was at the late-stage spirit immortal realm. However, because of the fusion of yin and yang, his cultivation could be described as being as sturdy as bedrock. In the current never-ending Tao domain, there may be some spirit immortals whose cultivation could reach the sturdiness of Wang Baoli's. However, those people were basically all from massive powers and family clans and were born with a silver spoon. Only those family clans could nurture such disciples and see them as the bright future of their family clan. Besides that, not many people could be like Wang Baoli in the entire never-ending Tao domain, forming a foundation like bedrock after incorporating yin and yang. In reality, Wang Baoli also didn't know that this was the wish of his senior brother, Chen Qing. When Chen Qing took Wang Baoli out of the Federation to go to the only hidden gathering point of the Dark Sect, he planned to have Wang Baoli make use of the power of the Dark Realm to gain a bedrock-like body after he became a Planet Realm cultivator. Although accidents happened during the process and Wang Baoli hadn't reached the Planet Realm yet, it wasn't too different from Chen Qing's plans. That was because Wang Baoli, who had noticed his cultivation change, had received benefits despite not knowing his senior brother's plans. At the same time, he was also comparing himself to the late-stage spirit immortal he had met when he was carrying out the Flame Patriarch's mission. Wang Baoli clearly understood that his previous self was probably almost equivalent to that late-stage spirit immortal when he didn't take the augmenting dharmic treasures into account. And, after absorbing the death aura, he seemed to have dragons and tigers fused together within his body. Even without the augmentation of the Emperor armor and those dharmic treasures, he could kill that never-ending clan late-stage spirit immortal with his own power. And he was confident that the process wouldn't take too long. So, in an instant, Wang Baoli had already decided that when his cultivation reached the Planet Realm, he must go to the Dark Realm again and gather death aura once more. He could let his cultivation become more and more stable, and he would also surpass others from the get-go. Now that I'm fully armored, is there a possibility that I could hold my own against an early-stage Planet Realm cultivator? Wang Baoli was extremely excited. Because he had never fought a Planet Realm before, he could only weigh it in his heart, and his final answer was, judging by that never-ending clan Planet Realm cultivator that I met during the Flame Patriarch's mission, after wearing the Emperor armor, even if I can't beat them, it would be impossible for an early-stage Planet Realm cultivator to kill me. With that understanding, Wang Baoli laughed loudly. At the same time, he noticed that he had started absorbing the death aura more slowly. He knew that he had reached his limit. He didn't want to continue and risk suffering the consequences of a yin-yang imbalance. So, as his eyes flashed, Wang Baoli immediately stopped absorbing decisively. When he lowered his head to look at the statue, he had the urge to store it away. But the statue was very strange and couldn't be kept in a storage bag. Although Wang Baoli felt that it was a pity, it was okay to leave the statue in the Dark Realm. So, he weaved hand seals with both hands and unleashed dark arts to seal the statue again. And after setting up his own dark art seal disturbances to enable him to instantly find the statue when he went there again, Wang Baoli took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the void above. It's time for me to leave. Thinking to that point, Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. Even though his body had recovered, he didn't disperse his Emperor armor. At that moment, his cultivation exploded forth, and a wave of cultivation disturbance, which seemed to be at the late-stage spirit immortal realm but could shock and amaze fellow late-stage spirit immortals with its concentration, rose from his body. And under the augmentation of his Emperor armor, the disturbance exploded forth again. In fact, besides the fact that Wang Baoli didn't have the special suppressive force that Planet Realm cultivators had after swallowing a planet, he was already not too far off from them. Under that explosion, his silhouette was like a shooting star that burst into the sky and got faster and faster. As he sped, the dark realm mist outside his body followed him and spun, as though sending him off. It caused Wang Baoli to get even faster. When he reached his maximum speed, a heaven-shaking rumble spread towards the surroundings. It was as if the void had exploded. A vortex leading to the outside world appeared in front of Wang Baoli as he sped. Without hesitation, Wang Baoli's body charged forth and stepped into the vortex directly. He left the Divine Eye Civilization's 9 spectrals, and when he reappeared, he was already in the cosmos outside the Divine Eye main star. The cosmos rumbled, and runes spread towards the surroundings, creating disturbances that even people really far away could see. If all of that happened previously, it would definitely have caught the attention of the cultivators from the 3 greater sects stationed outside the Divine Eye main star. In fact, even cultivators on the land of the Divine Eye main star would be able to see the changes in the cosmos when they raised their heads. But now, the entire Divine Eye main star was silent. The armies of the 3 greater sects originally stationed there had already become countless dust particles floating in the silent cosmos. A head, which had its eyes opened wide in desperation, floated in front of Wang Baoli from not far away, slowly moving past him. Chapter 856, Supporting the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect. Chapter 856, Supporting the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. This scene made Wang Baoli, who was standing in the cosmos, narrow his eyes. He raised his head to look at the Divine Eye Civilization's main star in the distance, gazing at the dust and debris spreading there. He didn't see any survivors. At the same time, there were faint traces of spell disturbances there. Wang Baoli activated his cultivation and raised his right hand to wave it violently towards the front while remaining silent. With that wave, he unleashed a divine power included among the cultivation techniques that he learned in the vast expanse Tao Palace. The divine power wasn't really offensive. Its only use was to unleash a recall technique like a time machine. Soul conduits could also use it, but it depended on the cultivation level of the person they were recalling. If the target's cultivation level surpassed that of the caster, the spell would fail. At the same time, there would be some backlash. But Wang Baoli was quite confident that even if he unleashed it against a planet realm, he could resist the backlash. And if there were no planet realms, then his time warp would definitely succeed. In the next moment, as Wang Baoli waved his hand, the cosmos before his eyes changed. He saw the cultivators from the 3 greater sects who were once stationed there. He also saw in the distant cosmos up to 10,000 battleships, which dispersed rainbow light as tens of thousands of cultivators suddenly charged towards the main star. After that, a huge battle occurred. Among the rainbow cultivators were numerous perfected stage spirit immortals, and every one of them was extremely powerful. They charged forth as fast as lightning and directly exterminated all of the cultivators of the 3 greater sects there. Not only that, but there were also seals present in the surroundings. Obviously, the seals were there to prevent information from spreading out. According to what Wang Baoli felt, the seals had already lost their effectiveness. This meant that, the Violet Gold civilization no longer needed to censor information. And using the scene created by the time warp spell, Wang Baoli got an answer as to why. This battle happened 9 days ago. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. After dispersing the time warp, he already had a rough estimate in his heart. At the same time, he lowered his head to look towards the Divine Eye main star. What he was most concerned about was his true body. Although he didn't sense that his main body was affected, he was still worried. Now, he stood in the cosmos and swept his gaze. He also spread out his divine sense, and it covered the entire Divine Eye civilization's main star instantly. After seeing that his main body wasn't affected because it was buried in a very remote place, he was finally relieved. However, with the sweep of his gaze, he still saw that the small sects that existed within the Divine Eye civilization's main star had lost a large portion of their members. Although there were very few traces of battle, the decrease in numbers still made Wang Baoli's eyes narrow slightly. They've lost at least 80% of their members. Did that happen gradually during those years I was gone, or was it because of the Violet Gold civilization? Pondering, Wang Baoli was about to unleash the time warp again. However, in the next moment, his gaze froze, and his divine sense instantly gathered from other positions on the Divine Eye main star to the Holy Crest sect, where he stayed back then. The development of the Holy Crest sect on the Divine Eye main star had exceeded their previous path and reached an unprecedented golden age. This naturally had a direct connection to the rise of Wang Baoli's status. Following his rise in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, the Holy Crest sect could be said to have reaped the full benefits, and their power and influence rose sharply. Dekunzi, who was completely subservient to Wang Baoli, had received unprecedented treatment as well. Because of Wang Baoli's rise, his cultivation rose as well, reaching the mid-stage Soul Conduit realm. Now, Dekunzi stood blankly within the Holy Crest sect, his body obviously injured from battle. Looking at the almost empty sect surrounding him, his body trembled, and desperation and loss appeared in his eyes. Dekunzi! That was until a familiar voice seemed to sound out from the void and echo in his head. Dekunzi's body suddenly jolted, and his breathing quickened immediately. Master! He was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a lifeline and like an extremely frightened man who suddenly received protection. Dekunzi became extremely excited and quickly looked around. No need to look for me. Tell me what happened in this period of time. Master, we're doomed. The Holy Crest sect is doomed, and the Divine Eye civilization is doomed. The royal family refused to acknowledge their relations and decided to kill even us. Dekunzi couldn't control his emotions as he started crying. The royal family's 3 princes colluded with the Violet Gold civilization and activated a teleportation portal for them, allowing the Violet Gold civilization to descend. This happened half a month ago and is no longer a secret now. The moment the Violet Gold civilization appeared, they gathered all of their forces to eliminate the Earth Hexagram Unity sect with frightening speed. The 3 greater sects didn't even have time to react. I heard that more than 80% of the Earth Hexagram Unity sect's disciples were killed, and even Matriarch Wuyun was heavily injured. It's rumored that she burned her cultivation to escape in the end, and it's unknown whether she's dead or alive now. Then it was the Divine Eye main star. The Violet Gold civilization's army came and eliminated the armies that the 3 greater sects stationed here. They blasted open the seal placed against the royal family, allowing the royals to walk out. Afterward, they took away close to 80% of the cultivators from all of the sects on the Divine Eye main star. If not for me hiding quickly, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have escaped from that either. Master, you're also royalty. The Holy Crest sect is on the same side as you. I was pretty happy at first, but why did they kill even us in the end? Dekunzi's tears almost fell. Wang Baoli also went silent and thought about how he had unwittingly tricked Dekunzi by telling him he was royalty. Technically, to a certain extent, he could indeed be considered royalty now. And the other greater sects have probably also been exterminated by now. At this point, the Violet Gold civilization no longer hides its plans at all. The whole civilization knows that they've split their army to attack the other 2 greater sects simultaneously. Dekunzi's tone was filled with sorrow, anger, and a sense of loss. He really couldn't understand why the royal family would kill people on their side. But he also had a few guesses in his heart, and he felt that the royal family might have 2 factions as well. Listening to Dekunzi's words, Wang Baoli, who was standing in the cosmos, narrowed his eyes and felt his head aching. Judging chronologically, he could see that he Yunzi of the royal family, and those from the Violet Gold civilization should have made 2 decisions after he entered the Imperial Cemetery. One was to sink the statue into the 9 spectrals. While sealing it, they would also ensure that he wouldn't be able to escape from the 9 spectrals despite obtaining the opportunity and would thus die there. However, they obviously didn't know his identity. And another decision was to start the battle early. They first gathered their strength to eliminate the Earth Hexagram Unity sect, then they split their army to attack the other 2 greater sects simultaneously. A cold glint flashed between Wang Baoli's eyes. He knew that he had to help the 2 greater sects resist the Violet Gold civilization. On the one hand, the Violet Gold civilization definitely wouldn't let him off that easily. On the other hand, the Divine Eye civilization is something that I have my eye on. Now that it's slowly developing, it'll become mine sooner or later. Afterward, I'll unleash spells to pull it and make the Federation's sun fuse with it to increase the Federation's level. You dare snatch that away from me? Wang Baoli gritted his teeth. He would feel indignant if he gave up. That was especially so considering that his cultivation had increased, and he also had a legitimate role. Moreover, he led millions of souls and 12 emperor puppets. It wasn't exaggerated to say that he could become a great power all on his own. So, after a simple analysis, Wang Baoli comforted De Kunzi, who was on the brink of having a mental breakdown. He then flicked his body, turning it into a long rainbow as he unleashed his full speed and headed straight for the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. As he sped, Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and took out his voice transmission jade slip to ask around. It was a pity that none of the Divine Eye civilization cultivators he knew, including the likes of Fairy Lingyu and the Black Armor Legion's commander, replied. It was obvious that they were either all dead or sealed by the Violet Gold civilization, making it so that information couldn't be spread in time. Putting away his jade slip, Wang Baoli made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he had to go there to take a look. If the Divine Sovereign Justice sect has been eliminated, so be it. If it hasn't been eliminated, this battle will be the time I cause the Divine Eye civilization to rise. Thinking to that point, Wang Baoli increased his speed. An unprecedented disturbance that didn't seem to be from a late-stage spirit immortal exploded forth from his body. With the augmentation of the Emperor armor, Wang Baoli became so fast that he seemed to be able to cut open the void as he charged towards the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. At the same time, outside the Sovereign Planet, a huge battle that affected the entire sect and would decide their survival was going on. Countless cultivators were on the Sovereign Planet and the planets surrounding it. They were also in the sky and cosmos, fighting for their lives. Countless battleships were like this as well, fighting continuously with the cultivator army from the Violet Gold civilization. And the tide of battle was extremely disadvantageous for the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Part of the Sovereign Planet had already collapsed, and only 3 of its surrounding satellites were left. Countless amounts of dust, meteorites, shards, and corpses spread everywhere. It was extremely horrifying. Chapter 857, Arriving with a Bang. Chapter 857, Arriving with a Bang. The entire battle situation was extremely intense, and in the highest point in the cosmos, a battle between planet realms was happening. It was the Sovereign Patriarch fighting 2 planet realms from the Violet Gold civilization on his own. Among the 2 planet realms, one was the leader of the Heavenly Spirit sect, while the other was the Left-Hand Elder. The former was a mid-stage planet realm, while the latter was an early-stage planet realm. They both had astonishing combat strength. Theoretically speaking, it should have been extremely easy for them to suppress the Sovereign Patriarch by teaming up. However, the Sovereign Patriarch's combat strength gave them a huge shock. According to the information they obtained, the Sovereign Patriarch of the 3 greater sects had cultivation similar to that of the Violet Gold civilization's Patriarch. If one really calculated it, the Sovereign Patriarch might have been slightly stronger, but there was a limit, and there wasn't much difference between their cultivation levels. The Earth Hexagram Unity sect's planet realm cultivator was the one with the weakest cultivation level. So when the Violet Gold civilization appeared, they chose to eliminate the Earth Hexagram Unity sect first. Afterward, the sect lord and the Left-Hand Elder of the Heavenly Spirit sect went to fight the Divine Sovereign Justice sect together. According to their analysis, with their combat strength, they could definitely eliminate the Divine Sovereign Justice sect extremely quickly. However, they absolutely didn't expect that the Sovereign Patriarch actually hid his cultivation. He wasn't an early-stage planet realm cultivator, but a mid-stage planet realm cultivator. In fact, he was already close to reaching the peak of the mid-stage planet realm. And, his combat strength had exceeded that of ordinary planet realms. Hence, even though the sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect also had extraordinary combat strength, the Sovereign Patriarch still held his own against the 2 of them, and it was difficult to determine who had the upper hand. The battle between those with peak combat strength extended the battle. At the same time, the butler of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, who Wang Baoli had seen before and who seemed to be Fairy Lingyu Sr., was also fighting back with all his strength alongside the First Army's commander, Daois Jiu Mo. Their opponents were 3 perfected stage spirit immortals from the Violet Gold civilization. While fighting a 2 versus 3 battle was extremely difficult, the other spirit immortals were also fighting with all their strength. Fairy Lingyu, the Black Armor Legion's commander, Yi Nianzi, and all of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect spirit immortal cultivators had heavy injuries. But they all gritted their teeth and resisted tenaciously, containing a huge number of opposing spirit immortals. Besides, All of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's armies were activated and seemed to split the cosmos into over 10 areas as they fought tooth and nail with the Violet Gold Civilization cultivators. In an instant, rumbles, roars, and screams sounded and echoed everywhere. Occasionally, one could hear sounds of planets cracking. While this caused the battle to become even more horrifying, one could also see that the Divine Sovereign Justice sect was at a huge disadvantage. That was because the Violet Gold Civilization's Heavenly Spirit sect obviously had more Spirit Immortal cultivators than the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Even though many were being contained, there were still several Spirit Immortal cultivators who charged into the army. The Divine Sovereign Justice sect's various armies found it hard to resist them and could only use the power of array formations, and sacrifice Soul Condoric cultivators' lives to forcefully buy some time. But this obviously couldn't be sustained for long, and they would eventually collapse. And once the armies collapsed, the battle situation, which was already bad, would worsen even more. The Divine Sovereign Justice sect would become just like the Earth Hexagram Unity sect as a result. Such a situation appeared due to the strength of the Violet Gold Civilization, but it was also more or less related to Wang Baoli. That was because the Violet Gold Civilization had already fully analyzed the strength of all of the top cultivators and armies in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect before attacking. Wang Baoli's Soul Rift Legion was the second-ranked army, so his disappearance naturally weakened the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. If it were any other time, his disappearance might not mean much, but during this crucial point in the battle, it became very important. So after the battle had gone on for a while, the Divine Sovereign Justice sect was obviously unable to stand firm. Even though the Sovereign Patriarch could still carry on, Daoist Gu Mo and the Butler had already started faltering against the 3 perfected stage Spirit Immortals. At the same time, Fairy Lingyu and the others also became unable to stand firm, as they were working to contain more Spirit Immortals than the Divine Sovereign Justice sect had. Their injuries worsened, and all of the armies in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect were the same. Slowly, they became unable to trap a few Spirit Immortals, and almost all of the Soul Condoric cultivators were killed. Seeing that, everyone in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect was angry, desperate, and sad. Meanwhile, the eyes of the sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect, who was fighting the Sovereign Patriarch, suddenly flashed. He suddenly spoke, and his voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Fellow Daoist Sovereign, at this point, your Divine Sovereign Justice sect has no way out. I can give you a choice right now. Join my Heavenly Spirit sect and become my sect subordinate. What do you think? Invading my civilization, killing my fellow Daoists, and destroying my sect. Even if I die fighting here, I won't do such a cowardly thing as becoming your subordinate. The Sovereign Patriarch had an ugly expression and also felt intense desperation in his heart. But he had his own values to adhere to. As one of the patriarchs of the 3 greater sects, and the strongest one among them, he was originally really ambitious. So even now, he still had his pride. So as he spoke, he raised his right hand and weaved a hand seal. Instantly, black planets transmogrified and exploded forth as he fought with the 2 from the Heavenly Spirit sect again. Seeing that, the sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect suppressed the Sovereign Patriarch while sneering. He spoke again, but this time, he wasn't persuading the Sovereign Patriarch. Instead, he spoke to all Divine Sovereign Justice sect disciples. He'll cause his own demise. All disciples of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, no matter what decision your Patriarch makes, your lives are in your hands. The path of cultivation isn't easy, and you only have one chance. Anyone who surrenders will be spared. You will then enter the Heavenly Spirit sect and become one of us. Not every cultivator had convictions as strong as those of the Sovereign Patriarch. That was especially so in this life and death situation. And when they couldn't see any hope, many were swayed by the Heavenly Spirit sect Patriarch's words. Towards this, the Sovereign Patriarch remained silent and no longer spoke. He knew that he treated the disciples in his sect well, but he also knew that, at this point, it was only natural for them to choose to live. However, he didn't expect that the First Army's commander, Daoist Gu Mo, who was unhappy towards him and was most likely to choose to live at that moment, didn't make that choice. Instead, his subordinate, Vice Commander Yi Nyanzi, actually retreated and growled without any hesitation. Heavenly Spirit Patriarch, I surrender. When he spoke, the entire battlefield shook, and a large number of Divine Sovereign Justice sect cultivators were swayed even more. In reality, even though an early-stage spirit immortal didn't mean much to a planet realm, to other cultivators, a spirit immortal was already a mighty figure and represented a position of high prestige and status. And because Yi Nyanzi was the First Army's vice commander, the fact that he surrendered naturally swayed even more people. Instantly, the expressions of Fairy Ling Yu, the Black Armor Legion's commander, and the other spirit immortals all turned ugly. But the one with the ugliest expression wasn't the Sovereign Patriarch, it was the First Army's commander, Daoist Gu Mo. Yi Nyanzi, you're asking for it. Daoist Gu Mo, who was trying his best to resist the three perfected stage spirit immortals from the Heavenly Spirit sect alongside the butler, had an intense killing intent explode forth from his eyes as he glared at the retreating Yi Nyanzi. Commander, we'll definitely lose this battle. It's not that I'm an ingrate, it's because I have no other choice. Yi Nyanzi sustained heavy injuries, and as he spoke, there was still blood at the corners of his mouth. He had a frenzied look and didn't care that he bumped into Divine Sovereign Justice sect disciples as he retreated. With his spirit immortal cultivation, he actually killed many disciples by bumping into them as he retreated. Good. Yi Nyanzi, was it? From now on, you're a member of the Heavenly Spirit sect. We will calculate your battle credits starting now. The more you kill, the more items you can exchange for when you return to the sect. If you can kill a spirit immortal, I assure you that you can receive a Heavenly Spirit pill that will allow you to break through to the mid-stage spirit immortal realm. Seeing that scene, the Heavenly Spirit Patriarch laughed loudly. After a glimmer of disdain and ridicule flashed deep within his eyes, he spoke words of encouragement. The moment he spoke, one could see from Yi Nyanzi's eyes that he was struggling. But very quickly, a ferocious glimmer flashed through his eyes as he suddenly looked towards Fairy Ling Yu, who was already retreating step by step, in front of him. Fairy Ling Yu had the weakest cultivation, and she was also more heavily injured than him. Killing intent glowed in Yi Nyanzi's eyes as he flicked his body, about to charge out. But at that moment, suddenly, far away in the cosmos, a rumble sounded. The sound was astonishing, and one could see a long rainbow that seemed to cut open the cosmos as it sped towards the battlefield. In the previous moment, it was still far away. But in the next moment, the long rainbow charged directly into the battlefield. Its sheer speed shocked the souls of all spirit immortals, including Daoist Gu Mo and the butler. Even the Sovereign Patriarch, the sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect, and the left-hand elder had their expressions change. And just as their expressions changed, the long rainbow appeared directly in front of the shocked Yi Nyanzi. Without pausing, a hand stretched out from the long rainbow, ignoring all of his divine powers and resistance, and grabbed his neck. As the long rainbow dissipated, Wang Baoli's silhouette appeared on the battlefield. He raised his right hand and clutched Yi Nyanzi. No matter how much Yi Nyanzi struggled, he couldn't escape. In fact, he couldn't even speak. It was only after he could see who arrived clearly that an unprecedented sense of shock and disbelief appeared in his eyes. Hey, leader of the Heavenly Spirit sect or whatever. If I kill this Yi Nyanzi, can I exchange for that Heavenly Spirit pill you were talking about? Wang Baoli coughed and looked towards the sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect, who wore a gloomy expression and looked equally shocked. Chapter 858, Shaking the Battlefield. Chapter 858, Shaking the Battlefield. Long Nanzi. The expression of the sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect was cold as he stared at Wang Baoli. Having personally sealed the Imperial Cemetery statue into the 9 spectrals, he naturally knew about Wang Baoli. In reality, the 3 princes of the royal family all knew the identity of Wang Baoli. In fact, it could be said that they were paying very close attention to him. It was just that the sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect didn't think that Wang Baoli could still appear after he had sealed the statue, and sunk it into the 9 spectrals. Long Nanzi. It's Long Nanzi. The moment Wang Baoli appeared, the entire battlefield instantly shook. On the one hand, his appearance was way too astonishing. The moment he attacked, he grabbed Yi Nyanzi, who had just turned traitor, like he was a chick. On the other hand, Wang Baoli had gone missing, something noticed by many Divine Sovereign Justice sect disciples amidst the fighting. They all had their own guesses in their hearts. Hence, the moment Wang Baoli appeared, he instantly shook the surroundings. At that moment, Fairy Lingyu and the Black Armor Legion's commander were shocked too. But what made them more shocked was Wang Baoli's cultivation. That was because the armor, which didn't cover his face, was dispersing late-stage spirit immortal disturbances. Also noticing this was Daoist Jiu Mo. And this was what Wang Baoli exposed after concealing his true power. Nonetheless, he still shook the souls of countless divine sovereign justice sect cultivators. Even the sovereign patriarch's eyes glowed. "It looks like you don't want to give me the pill." Wang Baoli sighed. A cold glimmer then flashed between his eyes. It didn't matter how much Yi Nianzi struggled and even pleaded with his eyes, he still clenched his right hand viciously. With a crack, Yi Nianzi's neck was crushed, and he dispersed his cultivation to gush into Yi Nianzi's body and destroy his soul. "I've wanted to kill you for a long time." Wang Baoli spoke coldly. After releasing his grip, Yi Nianzi's corpse rumbled and turned to dust, dissipating into the cosmos. The moment Wang Baoli attacked, the sovereign patriarch's eyes glowed, and he suddenly growled, "Long Nanzi, go assist in battles with your Soul Rift Legion. You're allowed to move freely." "Yes, Patriarch." In front of the numerous disciples, Wang Baoli knew how to carry himself properly. Besides, he returned intending to assist anyway. So after replying, he immediately raised his right hand and waved it down violently. Instantly, tens of thousands of battleships appeared in his surroundings as rumbles sounded. They all flew towards the surrounding Heavenly Spirit sect disciples and exploded. This scene instantly raised the spirits of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and other armies. Self-destructing battleships. The appearance of these battleships will greatly reduce our load. It was obvious that Wang Baoli's Soul Rift Legion self-destructing battleships were very famous. And as the second-ranked army, him entering the fray would definitely change the battle situation. Although it wasn't guaranteed that he could turn the tide, he could still take some pressure off everyone. However, just as this thought appeared in the minds of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect disciples, Wang Baoli waved his hand again. Instantly, 100,000 puppets, which had souls infused into them, appeared one after another. As they all unleashed their cultivations, with the weakest being at least a nascent soul, they charged towards the surroundings. The appearance of that power instantly made all of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect disciples stare with their mouths agape. Their souls shook, and the Violet Gold Civilization's Heavenly Spirit sect cultivators also all stared with wide eyes as their souls shook. This is nascent soul puppets. There's more than 100,000 of them. My gosh, more than 100,000 nascent soul puppets. Fairy Lingyu, the Black Armor Legion's commander, and the other spirit immortals all stared as well. Only the likes of Daoist Jiu Mo and the Sovereign Patriarch didn't have much change in their expressions, though one could still see a sense of concern. Without a doubt, the self-destructing battleships, and the 100,000 nascent soul puppets were enough to let Wang Baoli's army rise from its original second place to the top-ranked army. In fact, to a certain extent, it had already exceeded the definition of an army. Also, considering the cultivation Wang Baoli displayed at that moment, although it might be quite a stretch if one said he could create a sect by himself, it was definitely not impossible. However, it was impossible for the shock to end there. That was because Wang Baoli didn't intend to conceal the combat strength of his army this time. Since he wanted to rise and hold more power, he naturally had to display his strength. So, as he waved his hand again, 12 spirit immortal auras were unleashed and shook the entire battlefield, causing the expressions of countless people to completely change. 12 puppets, 12 spirit immortal auras. The moment they appeared, the battlefield went silent, and in the next moment, the noise level reached a maximum. The expressions of all of the Heavenly Spirit sect cultivators changed, and the Heavenly Spirit sect spirit immortals fighting with Fairy Lingyu let out cries of shock. Spirit immortals. Spirit immortal puppets. Fairy Lingyu was stunned for a moment, and the body of the Black Armor Legion's commander also shook. As for the other Divine Sovereign Justice sect spirit immortals, they all had shock in their eyes. Some of them even seemed lost. After all, spirit immortal puppets were too rare, and they were seeing them for the first time in their lives. Furthermore, they were seeing 12 spirit immortal puppets at once. Even the expressions of the 3 perfected stage spirit immortals fighting Daoist Jiu Mo and the butler changed greatly. The three planet realm cultivators, the sovereign patriarch, the sect lord of the heavenly spirit sect, and the left-hand elder, also had obvious changes in their expressions. Truly, with the sheer strength of the Soul Rift Legion that Wang Baoli displayed, it was no longer a stretch to say that he could create a sect on his own. Instead, he could definitely create a sect on his own. The number of spirit immortals in any of the three greater sects couldn't compare to the number of spirit immortal puppets that Wang Baoli had. D***it. Killing intent exploded forth from the eyes of the sect lord of the heavenly spirit sect. Although he didn't know what existed within the imperial cemetery, he knew that Wang Baoli didn't take out those puppets even when he was faced with danger back then. That was enough to show that, what he saw now, were items Wang Baoli obtained in the imperial cemetery. And the appearance of the puppets could no longer be said to have only slightly affected the battle situation. Without exaggerating, this was already a factor that could decide the flow of the battle. It was as though the heavenly spirit sect was no longer facing the divine sovereign justice sect alone. Instead, it was as if they were facing two sects at once. As the decisive factor, the appearance of Wang Baoli's Soul Rift Legion immediately boosted the morale of the divine sovereign justice sect. Conversely, the heavenly spirit sect cultivators started panicking for the first time in the invasion. That was because the 100,000 puppets and large numbers of self-destructing battleships had already charged towards the surroundings. Rumbles were sounding out everywhere, and the 12 spirit immortal puppets had also joined the spirit immortal battles. They looked like puppets, but their expressions all seemed to show sentience. Their attacks were sharp and precise, and they seemed like they were alive. That was especially so when they unleashed the divine eye art in succession. As divine eyes appeared, the shock it brought to everyone on the battlefield reached another level. Divine eye art? This? What is this? The royal family's divine eye art? Didn't the royals collude with the Violet Gold civilization? Why is their technique appearing beside Long Nanzi? Wait. Long Nanzi's identity. My gosh, who exactly is he? The minds of the divine sovereign justice sect disciples were in a mess, but they also knew that now wasn't the time to be thinking about that. When the Soul Rift Legion attacked, they all gritted their teeth and growled as they unleashed their full strength and charged towards the heavenly spirit sect alongside the Soul Rift Legion. The entire battle situation seemed to tilt from the previous continuous retreat of the divine sovereign justice sect, becoming the continuous scattering of the heavenly spirit sect. At the same time, the butler and Daoist Gu Mo were fighting with all their might. The sovereign patriarch also unleashed secret techniques without hesitation. As his combat strength was activated once more, the battle between him and the two heavenly spirit sect planet realms in the cosmos became even more intense. As the cosmos rumbled and screams sounded out everywhere, Wang Baoli wasn't slacking off. With a flick of his body, he charged into the battlefield. Wherever he went, all heavenly spirit sect cultivators who came into contact with him had their bodies shattered. Looking from afar, Wang Baoli, who was wearing the emperor armor, was like a sharp blade stabbing into the battlefield. Seemingly dividing up the battlefield, he charged directly in front of the two heavenly spirit sect spirit immortal cultivators, that the divine sovereign justice sect disciples sacrificed numerous lives just to trap. The two spirit immortal cultivators were both only at the early stage spirit immortal realm. With shocked expressions, they tried to retreat. But it was too late. They were Wang Baoli's targets, and as his late-stage spirit immortal cultivation was unleashed, he reached maximum speed and flew past one of them in an instant. Without turning back his head, he gave chase towards the other. And as Wang Baoli sped past, the heavenly spirit sect spirit immortal cultivator stared with his eyes wide open, seeming lost. As he lowered his head to look at his body, he saw a familiar headless corpse floating to the side. In the next moment, his head and corpse were engulfed in flame as both his body and soul were destroyed. But he wasn't lonely. That was because his companion, the other early stage spirit immortal cultivator, only took in one more breath than him. Afterward, as Wang Baoli pointed, his skull collapsed, his body exploded, and his soul shattered. Killing two spirit immortals consecutively in the blink of an eye shook the battlefield once again. Countless heavenly spirit sect disciples retreated rapidly in shock and terror. It was as though Wang Baoli was the Grim Reaper. So many people. Could it possibly allow my demonic eye art to improve once more and push my cultivation to another level? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes as killing intent rose within him again. Chapter 859, Overbearing. Chapter 859, Overbearing. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli's appearance was both a decisive factor and a giant rock. It gave the Divine Sovereign Justice sect a chance to overturn the battle situation that was originally disadvantageous to them. As everyone in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect perked up, the Heavenly Spirit sect's aura gradually weakened. They retreated continuously, and it looked like the Divine Sovereign Justice sect had the upper hand. Such an upper hand wasn't fatal, but one could imagine that once it accumulated, it would make their chances of winning greater and greater. In the end, it might not be impossible for them to win the battle. Almost everyone from both sides could sense that. Because of that, while Wang Baoli brought excitement to the disciples of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, he was hated to the core by the Heavenly Spirit sect cultivators. But alas, his cultivation was too astonishing, and his army was extremely violent. Hence, the Heavenly Spirit sect only had two ways to resolve the situation. One way was for the sect lord and elder of the Heavenly Spirit sect to defeat the Sovereign Patriarch. Another way was for the three perfected stage spirit immortals to suppress the butler and Daoist Gu Mo. It was just that, for the former, until now, the sect lord and elder of the Heavenly Spirit sect still only had a slight advantage. Obviously, it would take some time for them to accumulate the winning edge before they could defeat him. As for the latter, it was the same. So, the only way was to eliminate Wang Baoli and try to wipe out the opportunity he created with his appearance as much as possible. It wasn't that there was no way to do so, it was just that the consequences were massive and posed quite a bit of risk. If this happened previously, when the Heavenly Spirit sect had the initiative and was winning, they wouldn't make such a decision since there was no need to take the risk. They only needed to maintain the tempo, and the Divine Sovereign Justice sect would naturally collapse. Their destruction would have been irreversible. But now, especially after seeing the battle situation where Wang Baoli headed straight for a mid-stage spirit immortal, it was the only way out for the Heavenly Spirit sect. That was because they absolutely couldn't let Wang Baoli enter the battle of early stage and mid-stage spirit immortals. If they did, once Wang Baoli killed a spirit immortal, the number of Violet Gold Civilization cultivators would drop sharply. As the other Divine Sovereign Justice sect spirit immortals were unleashed, their defeat would be guaranteed. So, decisiveness appeared in the eyes of the sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect as he growled, "Qing Kunzi." As his words spread, the three Heavenly Spirit sect perfected stage spirit immortals, who were fighting the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's butler and Daoist Gu Mo, instantly had a sense of struggle appear in their eyes. But that turned to decisiveness in an instant, and their cultivation seemed to be burning as they exploded forth. Two of them seemed to not fear death and seemed to turn into suns as they lunged towards the butler and Daoist Gu Mo. They unleashed their ultimate techniques and actually trapped the butler and Daoist Gu Mo temporarily. Meanwhile, the other perfected stage spirit immortal, the Qing Kunzi that the sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect spoke of, flicked his body. As his cultivation exploded forth, he actually left the battlefield, charging with the force of a thunderbolt towards Wang Baoli, who was fighting his way towards the spirit immortal battlefield. Everything happened instantly, and in the next moment, as the battlefield rumbled, Qing Kunzi seemed to turn into a Kuan Peng. In fact, looking with the naked eye, one could faintly see the shadow of a Kuan Peng instantly approach Wang Baoli. And just a few breaths before he arrived, Wang Baoli had already noticed and turned his head towards the rapidly nearing Kuan Peng. Sensing the heaven-shaking killing intent, a trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a cold glimmer flashed between his eyes. Finally, a big one comes. Wang Baoli laughed. He naturally knew the Kuan Peng's motive. That was because the three decisions he made after arriving all had the greatest impact on the battle situation. He first killed Yi Nianzi. After calming the swayed Divine Sovereign Justice sect disciples down, he killed the two opposing spirit immortals, who countless Divine Sovereign Justice sect disciples sacrificed their lives to trap. While this boosted the morale of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect cultivators, it also released a large amount of manpower. Without having to face enemies both in front and behind them, the excess cultivators could join other battles. Afterward, what Wang Baoli wanted to do was go to the early and mid-stage Spirit Immortal battlefield, and use his late-stage Spirit Immortal cultivation to suppress and kill his enemies. Once he did that, there would no longer be any need to continue the battle. As for the bad reputation that bullying the weak with his strong cultivation would bring, anyone who still considered that during a battle was a fool that would certainly die. What was most important in a battle was beating the weak using one's strength. So Wang Baoli expected to get stopped. Similarly, that was also within his plans. After all, from a strategic point of view, although killing a perfected stage spirit immortal wasn't as good as killing multiple early and mid-stage spirit immortals, it would have a greater impact on the morale of the Violet Gold civilization. Hence, when Qin Kunzi charged over, Wang Baoli released a big laugh and charged forward instead of retreating. He was like a shooting star as he headed straight for Qin Kunzi. Facing Wang Baoli, an intense killing intent exploded forth from Qin Kunzi's eyes. "You are overestimating yourself." Instantly, the two of them clashed within the cosmos. Looking from afar, one couldn't determine whether the shooting star crashed into the Kuan Peng or the other way around. Either way, when they clashed, a rumble that turned into a sound wave swept towards the surroundings like a giant wave. Large numbers of cultivators from both sides spat out blood as they retreated in shock. Wang Baoli's body also trembled after being hit, and he was pushed back 70 to 80 feet. Nonetheless, he was unscathed, and light flashed within his eyes. Although he displayed late-stage spirit immortal disturbances, in reality, that was only 50% of his cultivation. The other 50% was being hidden by him. After burning his cultivation, he is indeed slightly stronger than ordinary late-stage spirit immortals. This makes things more interesting. As his words spread, Qin Kunzi's shock had already reached a maximum. He only felt a huge wave of power rumble towards him. After retreating for more than 500 feet, he forced himself to stop. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression turned pale. The shock and disbelief in his eyes made the waves in his heart roll continuously. He didn't even get to finish his sentence as the battle intent exploded forth in Wang Baoli's eyes. He unleashed another 20% of his cultivation. After unleashing 70% of his total cultivation, he stepped out, and his sheer speed cut open the void. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the extremely shocked Qin Kunzi. As he raised his right hand, the divine armament transmogrified and swept down. Qin Kunzi's face turned pale. Having no time to dodge, he could only weave hand seals with both hands. Instantly, the Kuan Peng's silhouette became very clear. While he resisted with all his strength, he also tried to make the Kuan Peng he formed shake its tail and unleash a counterattack towards Wang Baoli. But waiting for him was a hint of regret that appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes. The divine armament in his hand didn't stop and slashed down as 70% of Wang Baoli's cultivation gushed into it. The seemingly horrifying Kuan Peng actually trembled violently and collapsed in front of Wang Baoli. But Wang Baoli didn't decelerate. He went in front of Qin Kunzi in an instant and slashed again. As rumbles sounded, Qin Kunzi let out shrill screams, and a black sun exploded from within his body. While he resisted with all his strength, his blood spurted everywhere, and he let out a shrill cry while looking as though he had seen a ghost. "You're not a spirit immortal. I'm your daddy." Wang Baoli smiled, ignoring the disbelief and shock displayed in the expressions of the cultivators of both sides and the patriarch. He took another step and neared the retreating Qin Kunzi with his landing. With another wave of the divine armament in his right hand, heaven-shaking rumbles instantly sounded out. Qin Kunzi let out a roar and resisted again. The black sun in his hands was indeed extraordinary. Although it made him spit blood, keep retreating, and keep getting injured, he still maintained it. However, cracks gradually appeared on it. Weak. Wang Baoli slashed as he stepped and was extremely fast as he attacked while chasing Qin Kunzi. In the end, under the seventh slash, the black sun in Qin Kunzi's hands finally couldn't handle it anymore and collapsed. After that, Wang Baoli's eighth slash seemed to be a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering long rainbow that could cut open anything as it flashed between the eyes of the shocked and desperate Qin Kunzi. In the next moment, his head flew up. As rumbles sounded, a wave of cultivation disturbance that greatly exceeded his cultivation engulfed his body. His body and bones were crushed, and his shape and form were both destroyed. Way too weak. Wang Baoli felt happy in his heart as he stood within the cosmos and spoke coldly. The surrounding battlefield instantly went quiet. In fact, most of the cultivators from both sides who saw this scene forgot to battle. They all stared blankly at Wang Baoli, their heads buzzing as though 100,000 bolts of heavenly thunder exploded in them. Truly, Wang Baoli's aura and cultivation were heaven-shaking and shook the surroundings. Planet realm? Even Fairy Lingyu was stunned for a moment as she mumbled skeptically. Her voice made the bodies of the spirit immortals on both sides jolt. As they looked towards Wang Baoli, their expressions were full of horror. Chapter 860, You're at the planet realm. So what? Chapter 860, You're at the planet realm. So what? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A thunderous boom reverberated in the air, and an enormous vortex spun furiously around Wang Baoli. His hair danced in the wind as waves of cultivation surged from him ceaselessly and flooded his surroundings like the waves of a wild stormy sea. The unleashing of his cultivation was like the sudden arrival of a tsunami. It sent the cosmos around him shuddering, transforming Wang Baoli into the focus of everyone on the battlefield's attention. And this was merely 70% of his full power. Regardless, the sight of him slaughtering a perfected stage spirit immortal realm cultivator had been awe-inspiring. The ordinary cultivators on both sides of the battlefield had been stunned. Even Fairy Lingyu had been taken aback. The commander of the Black Armor Legion, who had once saved Wang Baoli's life, was also surprised, and there was a faint look of confusion in his eyes. They had all been shocked by the aura and cultivation that he had displayed when he first arrived on the battlefield. The current shock that they were experiencing was worlds apart from what they had felt earlier. He had killed a perfected stage spirit immortal who had burned his cultivation despite being at the late stage spirit immortal realm. The difference in power had been too staggering. Long Nanzi. What kind of golden ticket did he stumble across while he was missing? Is this the rise of another powerful planet realm cultivator in the Divine Eye civilization? Respect and fear colored the eyes of the spirit immortal realm cultivators in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect as they stared at Wang Baoli. They weren't the only ones looking at Wang Baoli. The Sovereign Patriarch of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and Daoist Jiu Mo had both widened their eyes. Despite the intense battle that was going on, one thought still flashed across the Sovereign Patriarch's mind as he glanced at Fairy Lingyu. The more he thought about it, the more he found the two of them to be a great match. As for Daoist Jiu Mo, a myriad of emotions was flashing across his face. Resignation flickered in his eyes. He was prepared for their defeat, but if the Divine Sovereign Justice sect were to emerge victorious, he knew that the honor of commanding the most powerful legion in the sect would no longer belong to him. He didn't want to give it up at all, but his doubts were stronger than the sense of unwillingness he felt. He knew that with the Violet Gold civilization's invasion, Wang Baoli's rise to power was a welcome sight to countless people. It was something that many supported. In fact, based on his understanding of the Sovereign Patriarch's character, he knew that if they were to emerge victorious from this battle, the Sovereign Patriarch was going to treat Wang Baoli with unprecedented warmth. These thoughts flashed across Daoist Jiu Mo's head, while shock overwhelmed his opponents. The two perfected stage spirit immortal realm cultivators knew how powerful Qing Kunzi was. Their intimate knowledge of Qing Kunzi's strength was the cause of the loud buzzing in their heads. Everything that had just happened seemed like something out of an incredible and unbelievable dream. Wang Baoli had fought effortlessly and overpowered Qing Kunzi easily throughout the entire battle, up to the point where the latter's flesh and spirit had been destroyed. The entire battle had been beyond their wildest dreams. They hadn't expected something like that. They had thought that Qing Kunzi would gain an easy victory. The Heavenly Spirit sect members had looked on with anticipation and excitement at the start of the battle, while the Divine Sovereign Justice sect members had been filled with anxiety and dread. After all, Qing Kunzi had been at the perfected stage of the Spirit Immortal Realm. He had stood at the pinnacle of the Spirit Immortal Realm with his level of cultivation, power, and strength. He might not have been a match for a cultivator at the planet realm, but the leap from the Spirit Immortal Realm to the planet realm was one across a great realm. In fact, Qing Kunzi had reached the peak of the great realm before the planet realm. Besides, he had burned his own cultivation, exhausting his cultivation in order to unleash more power. That might not have allowed him to reach the level of a planet realm cultivator, but it definitely allowed him to surpass ordinary perfected stage Spirit Immortal Realm cultivators. He would have been at the peak of his power. In such a state, it shouldn't have been difficult at all to kill a late-stage spirit immortal realm cultivator. But, he had failed. In fact, he had been overwhelmed to the point where he couldn't fight back and was slaughtered. That scene had been a shocking psychological blow to everyone. It had shaken them to their core. They had thought that only a cultivator at the planet realm or above was capable of doing something like that. The final wave of cultivation that Wang Baoli had unleashed had appeared to be at the late-stage spirit immortal realm, but the impression it had given others was of power that was freakishly strong and beyond the spirit immortal realm. They had never seen such powerful cultivation in a spirit immortal realm cultivator. They had only seen it before in cultivators, at the planet realm. The sect lord and elder of the heavenly spirit sect, and the sovereign patriarch of the divine sovereign justice sect had been secretly shocked at the power that Wang Baoli had displayed. But as cultivators at the planet realm, they soon realized what had been missing. There's no suppressive force of a planet realm cultivator. He's not at the planet realm. The sovereign patriarch of the divine sovereign justice sect was the first to realize that. The sect lord and elder of the heavenly spirit sect came to the same conclusion moments later. Then, in the next moment, something flickered in the eyes of the divine sovereign justice sect's sovereign patriarch. Without hesitation, he formed a series of hand seals and unleashed the suppressive force of his planet. It enveloped both the sect lord and elder of the heavenly spirit sect. It wasn't enough, though. It might have appeared that the two leaders of the heavenly spirit sect had reached a stalemate in their earlier fight with the sovereign patriarch of the divine sovereign justice sect, but that was because the sect lord of the heavenly spirit sect hadn't given his all in the earlier battle. On the other hand, the divine sovereign justice sect's sovereign patriarch had been fighting with his life. Having just witnessed what had happened, the sect lord's eyes were now burning with murderous intent. He summoned his planet and unleashed his full power. His elder was finally given an opportunity to attack. The elder resisted the suppressive force of the sovereign patriarch's planet and turned around as well, unleashing his full cultivation and shoving his palm through the cosmos and towards Wang Baoli. The price for that attack was his suffering the suppressive force of the divine sovereign justice sect's sovereign patriarch to a certain degree, as well as the mouthful of blood that he spat out after the attack. The sovereign patriarch couldn't stop the elder's attack in time. The palm that the elder had pushed through space transformed into a huge handprint that then blasted towards Wang Baoli with terrifying power. The handprint spanned 10,000 feet wide and emanated the power of a planet realm. The early-stage planet realm elder had used his full power when he unleashed that attack, sending the suppressive force of his planet out, rumbling in the cosmos, tearing the abyss apart and leaving the cosmos shuddering in its wake. All cultivators that stood in the path of the attack, regardless of friend or foe, disintegrated into dust as soon as they came into contact with it. The strength of the attack was terrifying. The suppressive force that the handprint emanated was strong enough to hold down a spirit immortal realm cultivator. It thundered and approached Wang Baoli rapidly, almost in the blink of an eye. A fierce light flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes as he snapped his head up suddenly. This was the first time he was feeling true danger since he had experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. It didn't make him nervous, though. In fact, he was trembling with excitement. Battle lust flared up in his eyes. He pressed his hands together in a flurry of hand seals, then raised them into the air and swept them across the sky. The 70% cultivation that he had spread out emerged unhidden then, flaring into being. The vortex around him grew in size rapidly, stretching to 10,000 feet almost instantly. The power that he was displaying sent cultivators from both sides falling back. The power that Wang Baoli had just unleashed appeared to be a match for the approaching planet realm handprint. As he unleashed his full cultivation, an enormous black eye emerged at Wang Baoli's back. It hovered in space, sending tremors down the spines of everyone who saw it. Wang Baoli's identity was made clear then. This was because, when the enormous black demonic eye appeared, the divine eyes hovering behind the 12 emperors flashed fiercely, as if responding to its arrival. The divine eyes hovering behind the backs of the 100,000 puppets did the same. If one were to look closely, they would find 10 divine eyes layered onto one another instead of just one divine eye. 1,000,000 divine eyes had materialized and resonated with Wang Baoli's demonic eye. His emperor armor also started to glow with a blinding light then. Cloaked in light, Wang Baoli turned his face skyward and burst out laughing. So what if you are at the planet realm? What can you do to me? He charged out and towards the approaching planet realm palm as he spoke. As they collided, Wang Baoli's right arm transformed into his divine armament and swung down at the palm like a blade. The demonic eye at his back snapped open at that moment, followed by the million divine eyes snapping open simultaneously. Instantly, countless projections of divine eyes appeared on the planet realm palm. As Wang Baoli's hand swung down, the projections exploded. The cosmos shuddered as the abyss was torn apart. It was as if a star had just collapsed into rays of blinding light. Amidst the dazzling, blinding light, the fight between Wang Baoli and the planet realm palm unfolded like a battle between good and evil, light and dark, drawing all attention on the battlefield, like the bright dazzling rays of the sun. Chapter 861, Tao Disciple? Chapter 861, Tao Disciple. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After leaving the realm of the nine spectrals, Wang Baoli only knew the level of his cultivation but had no idea how powerful he truly was in battle. He could only make a guess based on past experience. The conclusion that he reached was, that even though he wasn't at the planet realm, any planet realm cultivator who was thinking of killing him would have to think twice. It wouldn't be an easy feat at all. That was because the only difference separating him and a planet realm cultivator was, that he didn't possess a planet and its suppressive force. He hadn't melded with a planet. That meant that his spirit energy was still at the level of the spirit immortal realm. His spirit energy was fundamentally less powerful than the spirit energy of a planet realm cultivator. 1. Normally, it would be almost impossible to bridge such a difference in power. But Wang Baoli had unimaginably deep stores of spirit energy. An ordinary perfected stage spirit immortal realm cultivator would only possess half of his spirit energy. He could easily kill a perfected stage spirit immortal realm cultivator with only 70% of his spirit energy. Now, he had unleashed his full spirit energy. His power wasn't only boosted by his emperor armor but also augmented by his divine power, the demonic eye art. They amplified the incredible cultivation that Wang Baoli already had and allowed him to unleash unprecedented, incredible power. His rich well of spirit energy gave him the power to battle an opponent with higher-level spirit energy while he had lower-level spirit energy. Everyone on the battlefield stared at the vortex that had materialized outside Wang Baoli's body. It was as huge as the planet realm handprint and served as a backdrop for the cultivator. They stared as Wang Baoli's divine armament slashed downwards, sending a thunderous rumble across the cosmos and tearing the abyss into shreds. The demonic eye art unleashed its power then, in resonance with the million dead souls and 12 emperors around Wang Baoli. The eyes that had materialized on the handprint exploded simultaneously, sending a shudder through the handprint. However, this was a planet realm attack that the left-hand elder had unleashed with his full strength. Even though the demonic eye art was powerful, its level of cultivation still wasn't high enough for the divine power to destroy the planet realm handprint completely. It only managed to weaken the handprint slightly. The handprint continued to descend with a thunderous rumble. Wang Baoli could sense waves of planet realm spirit energy rushing out from the handprint like a tsunami. They charged at him, overwhelming waves that ate away at everything in their path, and eroded a good portion of his retaliatory attack. They pushed Wang Baoli back, preventing his divine armament from landing its downward slashing blow. He was forced to fall back as the planet realm handprint continued its advance. It was an awesome sight to behold. Everyone watched as Wang Baoli was forced to retreat under the advancing handprint. They saw a man who was about to be crushed. The planet realm handprint was like a flaming ball of fire that was trying to burn away every trace of Wang Baoli's existence. Wang Baoli's spirit energy, on the other hand, wasn't strong enough. It couldn't extinguish the fireball like water could. It resembled a fog more than it did water. But even though it wasn't water, it was still an incredible fog. And if thin wisps of fog couldn't extinguish the fire, he could summon a cloud of fog. If that couldn't do it, he could summon an entire sea of fog. He had oceans worth of fog. He released it instantly and sent the fog towards what seemed like fiery, burning planet realm power pulsing in the handprint. Fog enveloped the handprint. It might not have been powerful enough, and it might have disintegrated upon contact with the handprint, but Wang Baoli's incredible abundance of spirit energy seemed infinite. Since the first sea of fog he had released wasn't enough, he would send forth 10 or even 100 more such seas. His spirit energy could fill the heavens. It erupted from Wang Baoli and rose to the skies. Destroy it! Wang Baoli let loose a thunderous roar. He shuddered in midair, blood showing in his eyes as he gave everything he had to fight back against the handprint. Spirit energy erupted from his body in a mad rush, fighting against the burning, fiery planet realm handprint with incredible force. It was like sending armies of ants against an elephant. The sheer number of ants made sure that the elephant didn't stand a chance. The planet realm flames gradually weakened, and the handprint started to turn blurry. Finally, as Wang Baoli's eyes flashed with murder, as he roared furiously, as his right hand tightened its grip on his divine armament and readied itself for the next attack, and as the cultivation inside him continued to rise, Wang Baoli started to emit a bright light. Slash! Wang Baoli charged forward as he roared, his divine armament cleaving everything in its path. Thunder rumbled across the cosmos, and the increasingly blurry handprint was slashed into halves. Another thunderous boom erupted in the air as the planet realm handprint finally collapsed. Its destruction sent shock waves of spirit energy surging outwards. Cultivators on both sides who had moved far away from the battle didn't escape the aftermath of the handprint's collapse. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they staggered back. At the same time, in the middle of the battlefield, vast empty space suddenly appeared. Wang Baoli was the only one standing in that wide, empty space. He looked up, his eyes shining with battle lust. This image was seared into the minds of everyone present. It was such a memorable sight that it was unlikely that they would ever forget it. The look that Daois Gu Mo, the butler, and the two perfected stage spirit immortal realm cultivators from the heavenly spirit sect were giving Wang Baoli at that moment, was one of shock and awe. Killing a perfected stage spirit immortal realm cultivator wasn't the same as fighting back a planet realm attack. The former might have come as a surprise, but the latter was worthy of awe and fear. They weren't the only ones who thought that. The sovereign patriarch of the divine sovereign justice sect, as well as the sect lord and left-hand elder of the heavenly spirit sect, suffered the greatest shock. They were reeling with what they had just seen. The left-hand elder, especially, had shouted out instinctively, calling out a legendary title from his memory. Dao Disciple? Dao Disciple? That's impossible. This is just a remote area in our 19th domain. Only the Divine Eye civilization is located in this region. How could the legendary Dao Disciple have turned up in such a primitive world? The sect lord of the heavenly spirit sect gasped when he heard those words. Shock filled his eyes. He knew that there was no mention of Dao-related titles at the planet realm level, which meant that Dao Disciple wasn't a title given to someone who was about to attain the planet realm. The title was meant for prodigies found in certain powerful factions in the Dao domain and in powerful family clans in the Never-Ending Clan. Those prodigies were precious talents that the factions and family clans had carefully groomed and spent countless resources on. They were meant to take over as the head of their faction or family clan in the future. In the Never-Ending Dao domain, such prodigies were referred to as Dao Disciples. That was because they were in a different class when compared to ordinary cultivators. They had the ability to fight enemies of higher cultivation realms, and they had unimaginably rich stores of cultivation. Should their transformative growth be successful, they would take over as the pinnacle of authority and power in their respective faction or family clan. When that happened, they would become a Dao sage and lead their faction or family clan to greater heights. And that was why they were called Dao Disciples. The left-hand elder had just seen Wang Baoli take on his attack successfully. He had also sensed that Wang Baoli was only at the late-stage spirit immortal realm. Despite that, Wang Baoli possessed a well of spirit energy so abundant that it had shocked the left-hand elder. Everything had culminated in the title popping into his head. The sovereign patriarch of the divine sovereign justice sect was equally shocked. His circumstances differed from those of the left-hand elder, though. As a defender against an invasion, he was more concerned with his sect's survival. He was the first to recover from his bout of shock, and he launched an attack immediately. The sect lord and left-hand elder of the heavenly spirit sect were forced to refocus their attention and full efforts on the fight. The aggressive attack that the sovereign patriarch had launched meant that the heavenly spirit sect lord and elder had no chance of striking at Wang Baoli for the moment. But their lack of opportunity to attack Wang Baoli didn't apply to Wang Baoli. He wasn't going to allow the left-hand elder to keep him down. His eyes flashed brightly as he looked up and stared at the left-hand elder. There has to be give and take in everything we do. Don't think your daddy can't do anything to you just because you're at the planet realm. An icy light flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes, and he stuck his right hand up into the air. There was a buzzing in his mind as the planet realm palm resting inside his eternal star fire started shuddering violently. One of the 3 broken fingers inside the fire splintered off and vanished instantly, reappearing outside Wang Baoli's body, above his head. The finger was blood red and surrounded by lightning bolts, and it exuded madness and violence. The sight would turn anyone's face pale. Upon its arrival, it turned around suddenly and pointed at the left-hand elder of the heavenly spirit sect. The cosmos thundered, and the abyss shuddered as planet realm power rose to the skies, blanketing the entire cosmos and shocking everyone on the battlefield once again. That was because the power held within the finger was true planet realm power. From the looks of it, it appeared to be slightly more powerful than the handprint that the left-hand elder had unleashed. It's at the planet realm. Heavens, what kind of golden ticket did Long Nanzi win to get such a breakthrough in cultivation? Has he been concealing his true level of cultivation all this time? He knows how to use the royal clan's cultivation technique, and he can command the dead souls of the clan. He's at the late-stage spirit immortal realm, but he has the power to kill a perfected spirit immortal realm cultivator and is able to hold his ground against a planet realm attack, and now, he's summoned a planet realm broken finger. Cultivators on both sides of the battle had lost all composure. They emerged from the series of shocking events dumbfounded. Fairy Lingyu and many other cultivators were similarly reeling. Of them all, the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect Sovereign Patriarch and the Sect Lord, and Left-Hand Elder of the Heavenly Spirit Sect seemed to have suffered the greatest shock. The Left-Hand Elder, especially. He had an alarmed look on his face. Dread and doom gripped his heart while alarm bells blared loudly in his head. Kill him! Wang Baoli's eyes flashed murderously as his right hand formed a series of hand seals, then pointed at the left-hand elder. Chapter 862, Fellow Daoist. Chapter 862, Fellow Daoist. As soon as Wang Baoli issued his command, the planet realm finger hovering above his head flared up with a blinding light. It dazzled like the sun as the light flooded the cosmos, sending glaring rays of light into the eyes of every cultivator at or below the spirit immortal realm. Their eyes burned, and their vision blurred. Wang Baoli had been nurturing the planet realm finger for a very long time. It had burst into flames as it unleashed its power, giving a boost to its strength and the intensity of the light and power that it released. Before everyone's vision could recover, the broken finger had sped out like a shooting star, dashing across the cosmos as if it were burning through the fabric of space itself. It moved at an unimaginable speed, appearing in the middle of the planet realm battle between the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's Sovereign Patriarch and his Heavenly Spirit Sect opponents. It locked onto the left-hand elder and headed straight for his forehead. Everything was happening extremely quickly. Before the cultivators around the left-hand elder could see what was going on, they heard a scream from the elder and a thunderous rumble reverberating across the cosmos. The cause of his scream was the planet realm broken finger. The planet realm power it held was immense and was amplified as it burned itself up. It was as if another planet realm opponent had entered the fight secretly and sneaked up on them. The destruction that such a sneak attack was going to cause was undoubtedly going to be terrifying. The howling left-hand elder had begun gesturing wildly, forming a flurry of hand seals and unleashing his divine power. His sect lord was similarly moving to stop the blow from landing. But they were too late. The Divine Sovereign Justice Sect Sovereign Patriarch wasn't going to let such an opportunity slip by. He activated his full cultivation and disregarded the Heavenly Spirit Sect Lord, as he blasted his full cultivation at the left-hand elder. The left-hand elder was trapped in a corner. Wang Baoli's planet realm broken finger appeared before him in the blink of an eye. He was still a planet realm cultivator, though. One shouldn't underestimate his capabilities. At that moment of immense danger, a flash of madness and resolution appeared in the left-hand elder's bloodshot eyes. He decided to activate his planet. He wasn't going to summon its illusory form, but his planet's true physical form. A red planet emerged from his body. It might have been the size of one's fist, but it was a real planet nevertheless. A fantastic mirage appeared behind the left-hand elder, shocking everyone on the battlefield. It was clear that the Elder was throwing all his chips into the fight. In a typical planet realm fight, one generally would only go to the extent of summoning the illusory projection of their planet. They would only summon the actual physical planet when their life was on the line. The battle between the three planet realm cultivators had been going on for some time, and none of them had summoned their true planet form up until that point. Things had changed though. The left-hand Elder knew that his chances of survival were zero if he didn't do so. The looming threat of death didn't come solely from Wang Baoli's planet realm Broken Finger, but from the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's Sovereign Patriarch too. Amidst his raging screams, he sent his red planet forward in a deafening charge. The cosmos rumbled thunderously as the red planet collided with the Broken Finger. A deafening rumble of unprecedented proportions flooded the cosmos. The Broken Finger was powerful, but the desperate retaliation of the left-hand Elder with his planet was equally incredible. The collision of both the planet and Broken Finger sent waves of spirit energy coursing through the battlefield. The Broken Finger collapsed and dissipated instantly. The left-hand Elder, on the other hand, had also paid a terrible price for his retaliation. His red planet began to shake violently as the Broken Finger turned to dust, and cracks started appearing on the surface of the planet. It had survived, but with massive damages. Bits of rock and earth were falling off the planet's crust. Blood spilled from the Elder's lips. The threat hadn't ended. The Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's Sovereign Patriarch growled and unleashed his full cultivation yet again. His head full of black hair turned white instantly, and wrinkles appeared on his face. He seemed to have aged suddenly. That was the price he paid for restraining the sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect momentarily, giving him the chance to raise his right hand at the left-hand Elder and point. An enormous fingerprint materialized with a thunderous roar. The left-hand Elder watched in stunned shock as it descended and landed on his fractured planet. The cosmos thundered, and a deafening rumble reverberated across space. The left-hand Elder's red planet could no longer hold itself together. In the next instant, it collapsed utterly, shattering into countless shards of rock and stone that flew explosively across the battlefield. The left-hand Elder emitted a horrifying scream as his planet collapsed. His body seemed to shrivel and shrink into itself as the backlash of his planet's destruction assailed him. He was like a balloon suddenly sucked clean of air. The power generated from his planet's destruction hadn't stopped the joint attack by Wang Baoli, and the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's Sovereign Patriarch, though. They were coming for his very soul, and it looked as if they were going to get it. But the left-hand Elder was a tough character. Madness shone in his eyes as he blew up his shriveled physical body. He used the power generated from his self-destruction to force back the joint attack and give his soul a chance to escape. In the next instant, his soul was slipping away from the jaws of death and retreating desperately from the battlefield. Long Nanzi! Cries of resentment and hate emerged from the left-hand Elder's soul. They were filled with pure venom and madness. The losses that the left-hand Elder had suffered were clearly immense. While his soul was intact, his physical body had been destroyed. What made things worse was the destruction of his planet. His level of cultivation had plunged as a result of that, and he was never going to be able to advance to the planet realm again. His hatred for Wang Baoli was beyond measure. He wasn't going to let him get away with it. Wang Baoli stood in the distance as venom and fury flooded the left-hand Elder's thoughts. An icy glint flickered in Wang Baoli's eyes. Then, something materialized above his head, a second Broken Finger. Try and curse my name again. I dare you. The left-hand Elder's furious screams fell silent instantly. He stamped down on the rage and resentment inside him and retreated hastily without looking back, putting a vast distance between the both of them immediately. His defeated, miserable appearance was a sore sight indeed. The consequences of his planet being destroyed were showing. Waves of destructive spirit energy rose like a sudden hurricane and swept across the cosmos. It looked capable of leveling everything in its path. The battlefield seemed to look blurry all of a sudden. The Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's Sovereign Patriarch and the Heavenly Spirit Sect's Sect Lord were both forced to retreat in the aftermath of the planet's destruction. There was no way they could have continued their battle. They hastily tried to weaken the destructive aftershock waves from the destruction of the left-hand Elder's planet. After all, even if they could survive the aftershock waves, 9 out of 10 of the remaining cultivators on the battlefield wouldn't if they were to allow the destructive waves to flood the cosmos rampantly. Such devastation was something that the leaders of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and the Heavenly Spirit sect found unacceptable. The sect lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect had brought along his sect's disciples to this fight, after all. In addition, his sect was merely one of many sects involved in the invasion. It would be best if he could secure victory in their first wave of attack, but he wasn't willing to pay the price of the loss of numerous lives on his end for triumph. Deafening thunder rumbled and reverberated across the battlefield as the two leaders retreated, and tried to weaken the destructive aftershock waves that were sweeping across the cosmos. At that point, everyone else had just managed to regain their full vision. The first thing they saw was the trembling form of the left-hand elder as he made a hasty escape into the distance. Horror swept across the Heavenly Spirit sect forces, and waves of shock rose inside them. A commotion quickly broke out amongst the cultivators, and they started to retreat instinctively. The left-hand elder. The left-hand elder has fallen? Look at those red rocks all around us. Heavens, are those his planet form? The cultivators from the Divine Sovereign Justice sect were similarly struck by awe and terror. But they were the ones who were facing an invasion at the moment, so their shock was intermingled with fierce excitement. They advanced as the Heavenly Spirit sect retreated, throwing themselves into battle fearlessly. All of a sudden, the tides had turned. The Heavenly Spirit sect lord let loose a howl of fury. His bloodshot eyes stared unblinkingly at the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's sovereign patriarch and Wang Baoli, narrowing as his gaze fell upon the broken finger hovering above Wang Baoli's head. He stamped down the anger and madness inside him and, with a flip of his sleeve, summoned a hurricane that drew the surviving Heavenly Spirit sect forces away into a rapid retreat. The Violet Gold civilization's first attempted invasion had failed. They had suffered massive losses. The cause of their terrible defeat was Wang Baoli's participation in the battle. The cultivators from the Divine Sovereign Justice sect weren't going to let the Heavenly Spirit sect leave so easily. They made a furious charge at their enemies and continued fighting, until the Heavenly Spirit sect lord managed to send every sect member away with his divine power. Only then did they stop fighting. There was a brief moment of silence before cheers erupted across the battlefield. Those were the agitated cries of men who had just escaped from the jaws of death. The sovereign patriarch of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, who had been keeping the fight going, was struggling to maintain his strong front. He threw a quick glance at Wang Baoli and swallowed the blood that was pooling in his mouth without even twitching. An honest smile appeared on his face. Disregarding his status and his level of cultivation, he turned towards Wang Baoli and extended a deep bow towards the latter in the presence of his disciples. Thank you, fellow Daoist Long Nanzi, for your aid. Both myself and the Divine Sovereign Justice sect are forever indebted to you. In the past, he wouldn't have addressed Long Nanzi as his fellow Daoist. He wouldn't have treated Long Nanzi as an equal. The change in his tone and form of address showed the drastic change in his attitude. Chapter 863, Rescuing the Violet Gold New Dao Sect. Chapter 863, Rescuing the Violet Gold New Dao Sect. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The way he had addressed Wang Baoli in the past had been an indication of his higher and superior status, as the sovereign patriarch of the sect. Even though every cultivator that belonged to the sect was a disciple of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, regardless of who they were, their status and rank weren't in the same league as his. That was why none of them deserved him addressing them as his fellow Daoist. None of them deserved him treating them as his equal. In the entire Divine Eye civilization, there had only been two people who he thought were worthy of being called his fellow Daoists. One was the patriarch of the Earth Hexagram Unity sect, and the other was a planet realm cultivator from the Violet Gold New Dao sect. And now, there was another one. The Divine Sovereign Justice sect's sovereign patriarch had been impressed by the battle prowess that Wang Baoli had displayed earlier in battle. The power that Wang Baoli had displayed had surpassed that of a legion and had reached a level where he could establish his own sect. In fact, to a certain extent, he was more powerful than certain entire sects. That was because his Spirit Immortal Realm army was made up of puppets. His puppet army would rise with his single command and attack without fear of death. On the other hand, sects would face some difficulty in getting their disciples to display a similar fearlessness in battle. Wang Baoli's personal fighting capabilities had also similarly impressed the Sovereign Patriarch. Of course, even though Wang Baoli had the ability to kill a perfected spirit immortal realm cultivator, these qualities alone would only have gained the Sovereign Patriarch's special attention. But then, Wang Baoli had managed to hold his own against the attack of the Heavenly Spirit Sect's left-hand elder, and survive the full brunt of the attack. That had taken the Sovereign Patriarch by surprise. After that, Wang Baoli had attacked relentlessly, unleashing a Planet Realm finger and launching a counterattack. Wang Baoli had almost managed to kill the left-hand elder in a coordinated attack with the Sovereign Patriarch. Most importantly, after Wang Baoli had executed the series of actions, another Planet Realm finger had appeared above his head. Everything had led to the Sovereign Patriarch's intense incredulity and shock. He could tell that this had been a show of strength on Wang Baoli's part. After all, anyone who had managed to reach such high levels of cultivation was unlikely to be an idiot. His show of strength had been somewhat effective. The Sovereign Patriarch had set aside whatever ideas he had been playing around with. He possesses the means to invoke Planet Realm power and fight a Planet Realm cultivator. His strength doesn't seem ordinary. But if we consider the fact that he is able to unleash the divine eye art and the origin of his puppets. The Sovereign Patriarch narrowed his eyes. As he considered various possibilities, he was reminded of what the Heavenly Spirit Sect's left-hand elder had uttered to his sect lord, Tao disciple. The thought sent emotions swelling inside him. He had an idea of how amazing an opportunity Wang Baoli must have come across in order to unleash such power at the early stage, spirit immortal realm, and the considerable benefits he himself might gain from such an opportunity. However, he also knew of Wang Baoli's strength and calculative mind, as well as the relentless drive for vengeance that fueled his aggressive nature. The price that he might have to pay if he were to fail was too great to bear. Besides, his current circumstances didn't permit him to act. The threat from the Violet Gold civilization wasn't yet abated. The Divine Sovereign Justice Sect might have won this battle, but the war had just begun. The greatest fear during foreign invasions was that of internal instability. If his actions were exposed, they would definitely repulse others. After all, if not for Wang Baoli, the outcome of the earlier battle would have been drastically different. In a certain sense, Wang Baoli had saved their lives. Besides, Wang Baoli's strength and might had served an important function in this intercivilizational war. These thoughts flashed across the Sovereign Patriarch's mind and were rapidly considered. Finally, he set aside his personal interests, his pride, and his status and began to treat Wang Baoli as his equal. The expression on his face and his words were filled with sincerity. If you hadn't stepped in, the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect might not have survived the battle. Fellow Daoist Long Nanzi, please accept my salute. As he spoke, the Sovereign Patriarch cupped his fists and extended a deep bow towards Wang Baoli in the presence of all of his disciples. Fellow Daoist, there's no need to thank me. I'm a member of the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect too. Besides, the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect has saved me numerous times in the past. I'm only doing what I ought to do. A bright light flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes. The Sovereign Patriarch had guessed right. Wang Baoli had summoned the second Planet Realm Broken Finger not only because he wanted to intimidate the left-hand elder, but also because he wanted to impress the Sovereign Patriarch. After witnessing the Sovereign Patriarch's attitude towards him, Wang Baoli spoke hastily. Fellow Daoist, this salute comes not only from me but from the entire Divine Sovereign Justice Sect. We thank the esteemed fellow Daoist for his aid. The Sovereign Patriarch had a stubborn look on his face. His fists remained cupped. After extending the deep bow, he gave Wang Baoli a look. He seemed like he wanted to say something. After a moment, he finally spoke. Fellow Daoist Long Nanzi, even though the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect has won this battle, our victory has only bought our civilization a bit of time before its eventual destruction. That's why I'm going to make an unreasonable request of you. I hope that you'll agree to it. Is that so? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and spoke with little consideration. Does the esteemed fellow Daoist wish for me to aid the Violet Gold New Dao sect? The Sovereign Patriarch wasn't surprised that Wang Baoli had guessed his thoughts. After all, it would have been impossible for Wang Baoli to advance from being an ordinary person to his current position without having intelligence and wisdom that surpassed the average person. In fact, those had been his thoughts exactly. He knew very well that the Heavenly Spirit sect had mounted an attack against the Violet Gold New Tao sect when they had invaded his sect. He knew very well how the survival of both sects was dependent on the other. If the Violet Gold New Tao sect were to be wiped out, their hopes for surviving this intercivilizational war would be extinguished as well. Even though he might seem physically fine, he had exhausted a considerable portion of his cultivation during his earlier fight with the two Planet Realm cultivators in order to keep the Heavenly Spirit sect Lord occupied while inflicting severe damage to the left-hand elder. He was still up for another fight, but he couldn't disregard his physical discomfort. Besides, he was also worried that the sect Lord of the Heavenly Spirit sect might attack his sect again should he leave. That was why the best solution was to let Long Nanzi, the second most powerful person in the sect, lead an army to aid the Violet Gold New Tao sect. However, he knew how dangerous the mission was going to be, and he also knew of the past conflict between Long Nanzi and the Violet Gold New Tao sect. That was why he hadn't been forthcoming with his request. But Wang Baoli had spoken his thoughts out loud. The Sovereign Patriarch took a deep breath and decided not to say anything more. He cupped his fists again. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and considered the matter. He knew that he had to provide aid. Trying to fight a war would become harder if the Violet Gold New Tao sect were to be wiped out. So be it. Wang Baoli nodded at that thought. The Sovereign Patriarch looked up and gave Wang Baoli a long, meaningful look when he heard that. He immediately issued orders for the First Legion to follow Wang Baoli's lead. He didn't send Daois Gumo away with the Legion, though. The role of commander was given to the butler instead. He also instructed 3 mid-stage Spirit Immortal Realm cultivators to join the party. Fairy Lingyu was one of the 3 cultivators. Some simple arrangements were made swiftly. Then, Wang Baoli's army and the First Legion took off immediately, charging through the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's teleportation portal and rushing in the direction of the Violet Gold New Tao sect. Even though the Sovereign Patriarch couldn't join the mission personally, he had given the butler a small statue. The power of his avatar had been sealed in the statue. It might not be equivalent to the true strength of a planet realm, but its self-destruction would nevertheless unleash some measure of planet realm power. He hadn't hidden his actions from Wang Baoli. Instead, he had handed the statue to the butler in Wang Baoli's presence as a show of his sincerity. Wang Baoli had nodded to himself when he had seen that. His army and the First Legion stepped out of the teleportation portal and into the Divine Eye Civilization's public space. Upon Wang Baoli's command, the army charged towards the Violet Gold New Tao sect. Even though they had saved considerable time with the use of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's teleportation array formation, the journey to their next battleground would still take 2 hours. The battleships charged tirelessly through the cosmos, while everyone on board rested. The previous battle had been intense, and now, they were going to join another battle as reinforcements. Everyone was tired, both physically and mentally. Just as Wang Baoli was about to settle down for meditation, the butler, for reasons unknown to others, made arrangements for Fairy Lingyu to be by Wang Baoli's side. He gave careful and specific instructions for her to get along with Wang Baoli and do her utmost to fulfill his every whim and fancy. Fairy Lingyu kept her silence amidst the sect's change in attitude towards Wang Baoli. She was a reserved person and wasn't good at taking the first step when it came to interactions with others. She stood near Wang Baoli awkwardly. Even Wang Baoli began to feel uncomfortable. Both of them stared at each other for a long time. I mean, we're old friends by now. Why don't you lay down on my lap and rest for a bit? Wang Baoli coughed and tested the waters. Fairy Lingyu had been feeling slightly nervous, and his words made her tense up instantly. The look on her face shifted, and she couldn't stop herself from glaring at Wang Baoli before turning and walking away. Wang Baoli touched his face and sighed as he stared at Fairy Lingyu's alluring back. Luckily, she didn't agree to that. I wouldn't know how to turn her down if she did. There are too many people lusting after my good looks, after all. What was the butler thinking anyway? Wang Baoli coughed awkwardly. After extending his divine sense and ensuring that the area was safe, he narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. With a flip of his right hand, he pulled out a storage ring. It was what he had gotten off the never-ending clan Planet Realm cultivator during the Flame Patriarch's mission. The storage ring that he suspected hid a treasure but that he had been unable to unlock. Let's see if I can unlock it now. Anticipation shone in Wang Baoli's eyes. He unleashed his cultivation and allowed his divine sense to rush into the storage ring. Chapter 864, A Small Bottle. Chapter 864, A Small Bottle. Wang Baoli had tried unlocking the storage ring when he had been at the early stage spirit immortal realm, but he had failed because his level of cultivation had been too low. Now, he was of the view that his level of cultivation was almost at the planet realm. He should be powerful enough, so he excitedly activated his cultivation and sent it rushing towards the storage ring like a tsunami. He could feel, distinctly and almost instantly, resistance emanating from the storage ring. A unique hex was hidden within the force of resistance, repelling the intrusions of any divine sense that hadn't been permitted access. Wang Baoli sensed planet realm energies in the resisting force. In order to break through the resistance, planet realm power was required. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He wielded his cultivation and slammed it down hard against the resisting force in an attempt to smash it to bits. However, despite his incredible reservoirs of cultivation, his cultivation was still fundamentally weaker in comparison to planet realm cultivation. His cultivation, when compared to planet realm cultivation, was like mist compared to actual water. He couldn't unlock the storage ring instantly, but Wang Baoli had been prepared for this. With a few hand seals, his emperor armor materialized and gave his cultivation a sudden boost. More powerful spirit energy rushed into the storage ring, and Wang Baoli instantly felt the storage ring's resistance waver. It was minor at first, but as time gradually passed, as Wang Baoli continued to pour his full cultivation into the storage ring for 15 minutes, a series of crackling sounds began resounding in his mind. The hex inside the storage ring started to crack. Wang Baoli grew excited at the sight. He was about to add more pressure onto the ring when a sudden white light erupted from it. The resisting force emanating from the ring grew stronger instantly, and many of the cracks that had appeared healed. Surprise flashed across Wang Baoli's face. Someone just cast a spell to disrupt all intrusions. Wang Baoli's intuition, and the experience he had amassed led to his immediate conclusion that the person who had cast a hex on the ring was giving a boost to the hex remotely, through certain special means. I don't believe that I can't break into this. An icy glint flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes. The eternal star fire inside him shuddered, and the planet realm palm materialized and floated above his head. He unleashed his eternal star fire and melded it with his cultivation, then mounted another attack on the ring. The resistance emanating from the storage ring was more intense this time, but it also seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The cracks no longer healed. A stalemate had formed. Propelled by intense curiosity, Wang Baoli seized the opportunity afforded by the stalemate and sent his divine sense out. It snaked through the cracks in the ring and wormed inside. The hex in the ring hadn't collapsed completely despite the cracks that had appeared. That was why Wang Baoli couldn't retrieve what was inside the ring. But that didn't mean he couldn't send his divine sense inside the ring and take a look. Wang Baoli's divine sense wormed its way into the ring through its cracks and saw, in the next moment, what was inside the ring. The space within the ring wasn't very big, and there weren't many items housed inside. In fact, there wasn't anything inside save for 3 items. A paper cutout of a human. A red bow with 9 gems embedded in it. And a seemingly ordinary, small translucent bottle that didn't seem like a bottle made to hold pills but to hold ordinary items. The paper human cutout sprawled on top of the bottle, looking lifeless. However, when Wang Baoli's divine sense flowed into the cutout, its eyes blinked and began to glow with a ghostly light. Wang Baoli's scalp prickled at the sight of the light. The feeling was akin to being stared down by a venomous snake. He was a dark child and thus shouldn't have been afraid of wandering spirits or ghosts. But somehow, at this moment, he could feel trepidation and fear rising inside him. The bow gave off entirely different vibes. Wang Baoli had felt an instant, indescribable wave of spirit energy rushing towards him when his eyes had fallen upon the bow. The 9 gems embedded in the bow, especially, had appeared like 9 suns. He hadn't been sure if his eyes had been playing tricks on him. Finally, the small bottle. It looked the most ordinary of the 3. However, the aura it exuded was extremely ancient. It seemed to carry with it the slow rot of time. It was as if it had been around for a very, very long time. Excitement coursed through Wang Baoli's blood as he inspected the items, spiking feverishly as he studied the translucent bottle and caught a glimpse of a piece of paper within. What is that? Wang Baoli was going to send his divine sense deeper inside and take a closer look at the piece of paper inside the bottle. However, just as his divine sense surged further into the ring, the paper human cutout's eyes glowed eerily yet again. Wang Baoli's divine sense started to buzz loudly, and he could feel power surging from the paper human cutout. His divine sense dissipated rapidly, like a snowflake that had come into contact with boiling water. Wang Baoli was startled by the sight. His divine sense retreated rapidly and flowed out from the cracks in the ring. As it leaked out, the resistance emanating from the storage ring rose in strength and sealed every crack in the ring, shutting Wang Baoli out for good. As this was happening, in the distant cosmos, far away from the Divine Eye civilization, an enormous golden armored beetle was racing through space. Two people sat inside this beetle, waves of cultivation surging from their persons. One of them was at the planet realm, while the other was only at the spirit immortal realm. If Wang Baoli were present, he would immediately recognize the spirit immortal realm cultivator as the never-ending clan planet realm cultivator whom he had crossed during the Flame Patriarch's mission. Thank you, fellow Daoist Dan Josie, for coming to my aid. The former planet realm cultivator, who had fallen through the ranks of cultivation and become a spirit immortal realm cultivator, spoke softly to his companion. There's no need for that, fellow Daoist Shanlingzi. I pray that what you said is true and that one of the 9 replicas of the galaxy bow is indeed stored away inside your storage ring. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Dan Josie, it's inside. Shanlingzi promised earnestly. He was secretly filled with exasperation. He had wanted to seek out the pighead on his own and snatch his storage ring back, but he had bumped into an old enemy while he was injured and had no choice but to give up an item in his storage ring in exchange for his life. He had made a calculated choice, though. The replica of the galaxy bow was the least valuable item amongst the 3 items in his storage ring. When Dan Josie unlocks the storage ring, the aggressive paper human cutout is probably going to devour him. Dan Josie gave Shanlingzi a long, meaningful look as he sneered secretly. He didn't speak further and, instead, followed Shanlingzi's instructions, steering the golden armored beetle into deep space. At that exact moment, in the Divine Eye civilization, in the reinforcement army that was heading towards the Violet Gold New Dao sect, in the Dharmic battleship where Wang Baoli was located, Wang Baoli was sitting and staring at the ring in his hand. His face was slightly pale, and he was panting slightly. The wave of spirit energy that the paper human cutout had emanated a moment ago had been incredibly strange. His divine sense had been powerless in the face of such spirit energy, and he had heard waves of shrill shrieks piercing his ears. In fact, he had sensed his true form being affected by the paper human cutout's sudden burst of spirit energy. He had sensed that the paper human cutout was being restrained by something. If not for that, and if not for the fact that he had withdrawn his divine sense quickly, the probe might have led to his serious injury. In fact, it might have killed him. This is too dangerous. Wang Baoli stared at the storage ring in his hand. He hadn't expected the items inside the ring to be so deadly. A dark look colored his face, though it soon faded away. His eyes then flashed brightly. The probe might have been dangerous, but he had gained much from it. The paper human cutout is creepy. I can sense a dark soul hidden inside. But this soul feels terrifying even to a dark child such as myself. Its origin is probably incredibly amazing. And that bow. I can tell that it's an amazing treasure just from one look. Now that I think about it, the 9 gems embedded in the bow are probably 9 eternal stars. Wang Baoli gasped at the thought. Unlocking the storage ring wasn't going to be a problem for him now. The problem was in what happened after he unlocked it. His greatest problem now was the consequences that he was going to face after sending his divine sense inside. In addition, he was also worried about the risk that excessive probes might bring him. They might expose his location. Both are extraordinary items. They're both golden tickets to a breakthrough in cultivation. As for the third item, the ancient-looking little bottle. The fact that it's being stored together with the first 2 items is proof that it's equally valuable. But, what exactly is it? Confusion appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes. He had sent his divine sense towards the bottle in an attempt to take a closer look at the piece of paper within, and had been repelled by the paper human cutout. However, he had caught a brief glance and had seen some words on the paper. There appeared to be 3 segments of text. Even though he couldn't recognize any of those words, the meaning of each word somehow surfaced in his mind after he had seen them. Because of the earlier glimpse he had caught, he managed to piece together what the 3 words meant. The 3 words were: a rich person? Confusion appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes. He itched with curiosity and anticipation. He wanted to know the full contents of the bottle. He had a feeling that an incredible opportunity was hidden inside. Chapter 865, A Powerful Entrance. Chapter 865, A Powerful Entrance. But after some consideration, and after eyeing his fragile physical form, Wang Baoli had no choice but to admit that he had gotten ahead of himself. His sudden advancement in cultivation had led him to a mistaken perception of his own invincibility. The hex in the ring isn't the problem. I can break through it if I put a bit more pressure on it. But the paper human cutout inside the ring is a bit creepy. Wang Baoli recalled what he had seen earlier and shuddered uncontrollably. He finally understood why the never-ending clan Planet Realm cultivator hadn't unlocked the storage ring, even when he had been in extreme danger then. He was probably worried that upon unlocking the ring, he wouldn't have to worry about someone else trying to kill him anymore. The paper human cutout would do the deed. If that's the case, how did the never-ending clan Planet Realm cultivator get his hands on the cutout and store it in his storage ring? This was a paradox that filled Wang Baoli with doubt and yet confirmed his earlier suspicions. The items inside the storage ring were indeed incredible. There's a high likelihood that some incredible mystic scroll is hidden inside the bottle. Wang Baoli's eyes shone with excitement. He was befuddled by the fact that the words, a rich person, had appeared in such a scroll. Nevertheless, he believed that there must be some deeper meaning to those words. Miracles often arise from the midst of the ordinary. Understanding dawned upon Wang Baoli. The line had come from the high officials' autobiographies. He hadn't understood what it meant in the past, unlike now. He realized that he had just grown wiser again. With that thought in mind, Wang Baoli carefully put away the storage ring. He remained uneasy and thus spent some time casting numerous seals over the storage ring. His heart rested more easily after that. Just wait until Daddy reaches the planet realm. I may still not be a match for the paper human cutout, but I'll be able to find some way to get around it and get something out of the ring. Wang Baoli snorted. Then, he shut his eyes and remained seated as he allowed his cultivation, mind, and spirit to restore themselves. Time passed steadily as both his army and the First Legion sped through the cosmos and entered the Violet Gold New Dao sect's territory. There should have been a fleet stationed at the borders in this area, but there was no one around. It was as if the doors had been left wide open for anyone to come and go. There were traces of energy from spells that had been cast in the area. Through his divine sense, Wang Baoli could sense similar energy signatures that were stronger in the distance. The intensity of the residual energies caused Wang Baoli to sigh in relief. He could tell that they weren't stagnant and were still active. Stagnant residual energies meant that the battle had ended, while active residual energies meant that the battle was still ongoing. As long as the battle was still ongoing, they were still in time. Wang Baoli issued an order through his divine will and instructed everyone, including the butler and fairy Ling Yu, as well as all battleships, to speed up and head straight for the Violet Gold New Dao sect's main star. At that same moment, somewhere beyond the Violet Gold New Dao sect's main star, an intense fight that resembled the one that had taken place at the Divine Sovereign Justice sect was happening as well. However, the situation at the Violet Gold New Dao sect was slightly better. Even though the Violet Gold New Dao sect wasn't as powerful as the Divine Sovereign Justice sect, it was still holding its ground. This was because the main forces of the Heavenly Spirit sect had been at the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Both sides were waiting for reinforcements. The cultivator battling the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch was the right-hand elder of the Heavenly Spirit sect. Like the patriarch, he was at the early stage planet realm. As a result, despite the thunderous explosions caused by their battle, which rippled loudly across the cosmos, their battle had lapsed into a stalemate. Neither of them could defeat the other, so the battle dragged on. This was the case for the Spirit Immortal Realm cultivators on the battlefield as well. The entire battlefield had descended into a violent tug-of-war. Both sides were filled with anxiety. Even though the death count was relatively low, no one had escaped uninjured. As time passed, everyone was beginning to feel extreme exhaustion, both mentally and physically. But as long as reinforcements didn't arrive, the battle had to continue. The Heavenly Spirit sect had the ability to seal all four corners of the Violet Gold New Dao sect, and stop all voice transmissions from coming through. The Violet Gold New Dao sect could do the same. The result was seals from both sides being set, isolating the battlefield from the outside world. Unless a messenger made a personal visit to the battlefield, no information from the outside world would be able to reach the people on the battlefield. As a result, the right-hand elder had no idea that his sect lord and the left-hand elder had failed. He thought that the Divine Sovereign Justice sect would have fallen at this point and that his sect lord and the left-hand elder would be on their way as planned. He wasn't the only one thinking about reinforcements. The patriarch of the Violet Gold New Dao sect was equally anxious. He had been waiting for reinforcements from the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. They were his only hope. There was no other way out for him. From the beginning of this battle, the enemy's only aim had been to corner them. The chances of him escaping on his own were close to zero. The only way was to battle to the death. Even if the Divine Sovereign Justice sect couldn't defeat the invading forces, he had to gamble on the possibility of them being able to force a stalemate. If they could do that, then he was confident that the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder would choose to end their battle in a truce after both he and his troops were exhausted. This was a contest that pitted their reinforcements and their endurance against each other. It was a contest that tested their endurance and their ability to outlast the other side. One might imagine how terrible a state they were going to end up in. Thunderous explosions, furious howls, and pained screams pierced the air ceaselessly. Suddenly, light appeared in the distant cosmos. It was faint at first, but it intensified in the next moment. It looked like numerous shooting stars approaching. Everyone on the battlefield was visibly affected when they sensed their arrival. There was no need for a closer look. The Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder could tell immediately that they weren't reinforcements from the Heavenly Spirit sect. His face turned stormy. The Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch looked the complete opposite. Agitation was clear in his eyes. Amidst his excitement, waves of intense spirit energy surged across the cosmos as the shooting stars approached and rushed onto the battlefield. These shooting stars were Wang Baoli's fleet of self-destructing battleships and the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's First Legion. They sliced through the cosmos like blades, gliding across the dark space and sliding straight into the fight like battle-ready swords. Numerous cultivators from the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's First Legion, Wang Baoli's 100,000 puppets, and his 12 puppet emperors rushed out of their battleships and charged at the Heavenly Spirit sect under the butler's command. The Divine Sovereign Justice sect's butler immediately unleashed his cultivation when he stepped out of his battleship, and his voice reverberated throughout the battlefield. The Heavenly Spirit sect's left-hand elder has been slain, and their sect lord has been heavily wounded. Their armies have been decimated, with countless killed or forced to flee. The Divine Sovereign Justice sect has won a triumphant victory. On the orders of our patriarch, we have come in aid of the Violet Gold New Dao sect. The arrival of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect sent emotions rippling across the faces of the Heavenly Spirit sect cultivators, who had been exhausted from a long battle. Their minds began to buzz loudly. Their first reaction was absolute denial. What the butler had just said was impossible. But, the Divine Sovereign Justice sect was there. Their arrival could only mean one thing. The forces invading the Divine Sovereign Justice sect had fallen. Such unsettling of hearts and minds on a battlefield was a terrifying thing. Even the right-hand elder was similarly affected. However, he quickly squashed whatever fears he felt and yelled. Nonsense! The fiends from the Violet Gold New Dao sect have carved a small army from their main forces, and are trying to use this small force to deceive and confuse us. The right-hand elder unleashed his cultivation as he roared, stemming his army's panic forcefully while charging at the butler and attempting to slay the latter at all costs. He froze in his tracks when he heard the long burst of laughter from the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch. Wang Baoli had stirred and flown out of his Dharmic battleship. He gazed at the battlefield from afar, raised his right hand, and pointed casually. A burst of wind erupted from his finger and shot out, landing some distance from him, in the middle of two Spirit Immortal Realm cultivators in the midst of battle. The Spirit Immortal Realm cultivator from the Violet Gold New Dao sect was someone Wang Baoli recognized. He was the Black Rift Legion commander who had taken the former Ink Dragon Legion commander under his wing and tried to kill Wang Baoli. He was in a dangerous spot now and might not survive the next few seconds. Wang Baoli's attack, bolstered by his rich reservoirs of cultivation, came blasting their way. The early-stage Spirit Immortal Realm cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit sect turned pale with alarm and retreated hastily. Nevertheless, he was still caught by the attack and spat out a mouthful of blood in his retreat. The Black Rift Legion commander's face was pale too. He fell back immediately and turned towards his savior, shuddering and widening his eyes when he saw Wang Baoli. His face was filled with incredulity. Wang Baoli ignored the Black Rift Legion commander. Saving him had been a matter of convenience. He looked up into the cosmos and stared at the two planet realm cultivators in fierce battle. His eyes narrowed. He had thought about things carefully on his way there. He had come to the Violet Gold New Dao sect's aid purely for strategic purposes. However, he still disliked them. That was why he had decided that he was going to find an opportunity to make a killing off them during this rescue mission. Chapter 866, sure. Chapter 866, sure. That was simply how Wang Baoli worked. He noted down everyone who had ever crossed him and found ways of getting even when the opportunity presented itself. He wasn't always fixated on getting payback, of course. The Black Rift Legion had tried to kill him, but Wang Baoli had no intention of sabotaging the former or leaving them to their own devices on the battlefield. His thoughts were focused on the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch. In his opinion, he had attained a certain level of cultivation after his breakthrough. He could be considered a person of significance. Fixating on his former quarrels with the Black Rift Legion wouldn't be appropriate for someone of his newly risen status. It might have been all right if no one were around, but there are so many people looking now. Forget it. Daddy's a forgiving man, after all. Wang Baoli coughed and ignored the myriad of emotions reflected in the eyes of the Black Rift Legion commander. He was of the belief that one should get payback from the person who had wronged him in the first place. If one was bitten by a dog, they looked for the dog's master for answers. That was why he had made up his mind during his journey there. The person responsible for his dispute with the Violet Gold New Dao sect was the latter's patriarch. It seems like I've become a lot wiser. As the future president of the Federation and a person of importance, this is how I should think and behave. Wang Baoli was pleased with his reasoning. He looked up and looked around, then stared at the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch and the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder. He deliberated how he should go about making a killing off the former. The unconcealed ill intent in his eyes must have been too obvious, as the patriarch seemed slightly unsettled when he caught the look in Wang Baoli's eyes. The right-hand elder of the Heavenly Spirit sect seemed equally uneasy, if not more so. He had argued that their current predicament was a result of the Violet Gold New Dao sect's tactical move instead of outright failure in their invasion of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. However, he was aware that the truth was far from that. The reinforcements displayed signs of having engaged in a fierce and recent battle. Even though their arrival wasn't a clear sign of the sect lord's defeat, the fact that the enemy had been able to split its forces and send part of its army, there was clear evidence that the war wasn't proceeding as they had originally planned. There was a high chance that something unexpected or a stalemate had occurred. The possibility of either of those situations happening alarmed him. Thoughts of retreat began to surface in his mind, and he was no longer interested in prolonging the fight. He unleashed his cultivation once more, sending his planet realm suppressive force surging across the battlefield as he decided to widen the distance between himself and his opponent. If everything went according to plan, the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch would allow his retreat once he sensed what was going on. After all, he wasn't aware of what was really going on. They had been fighting for so long, and he didn't want to prolong the battle either. Both himself and his sect needed time to recuperate. As a result, when the patriarch realized that his enemy was showing signs of retreating, he only struggled inwardly for a moment before retreating imperceptibly, and giving his enemy a window of opportunity to escape during his next attack. The Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder instantly sensed his chance. He retreated immediately, pulling the distance between himself and the Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch apart. Wang Baoli saw through what was going on as the right-hand elder chose to retreat. His eyes flashed brightly as an idea popped into his head. He realized how he could make a killing off the Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch. "I've not made a move yet, and here you are thinking of leaving?" Wang Baoli's eyes brightened as the idea he just had flashed across his mind. He charged out and sped across the battlefield like a shooting star, rushing towards the Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch and the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder, yelling out loud as he charged towards them. "Esteemed patriarch of the Violet Gold New Tao sect, I've been ordered to come to your aid. I swear to fight to the death." Wang Baoli roared and sped up. He hadn't unleashed his full cultivation. Nevertheless, he was still moving at considerable speed as he headed towards the right-hand elder with the intention of thwarting his escape. Upon hearing Wang Baoli's words, the right-hand elder's eyes flashed with an icy glint. He wasn't particularly concerned about Wang Baoli's arrival, though. In his eyes, those who hadn't reached the planet realm were mere ants. With a raise of his right hand, he launched an attack through the cosmos at Wang Baoli. He didn't slow down in his retreat and, instead, quickened his pace. At the same time, he sent his divine will out and commanded all disciples of the Heavenly Spirit sect to retreat as well. Similarly, the patriarch of the Violet Gold New Tao sect paid Wang Baoli no heed. Privately, he thought that Wang Baoli should have minded his own business. Regardless, he was there to provide aid on behalf of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. No matter how much he might begrudge the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's patriarch for not coming to their aid personally, he couldn't refuse or respond negatively to Wang Baoli's aid in the presence of his disciples. He had to show his composure instead. He raised his right hand and flipped his sleeve, looking for all the world as if he were trying to stop the right-hand elder from leaving when, in reality, he had reserved part of his strength. His true intention was to give the right-hand elder a chance to leave. As a result, his disciples saw their patriarch unleashing an attack and Wang Baoli risking his life to stop the right-hand elder from leaving. They watched as the right-hand elder sent an attack across the cosmos that landed on Wang Baoli and sent him shuddering violently, and spewing blood from his mouth as he was flung backward. It was a sight that roused many of the disciples. "He's risking his life to help us. I misunderstood Long Nanzi. I didn't realize that he was risking his life to help us." The disciples of the Violet Gold New Tao sect were overcome with emotion. Wang Baoli, on the other hand, was feeling secretly pleased with himself while spewing blood out of his mouth. The planet realm blow that he had received wasn't a big deal at all. He could take it. As for all the blood, he had done that on purpose for dramatic effect. He plastered a crazed look on his face, letting loose a roar louder than the last as he retreated. "Esteemed patriarch of the Violet Gold New Tao sect, I have a few dharmic battleships, all products of the resources that I've accumulated over the years. I'm blowing them up as part of the rescue efforts. But dharmic battleships are precious commodities after all. I request that the patriarch compensates me for my losses after this battle." Wang Baoli didn't wait for the patriarch's reply. Instead, he roared and stuck his right hand into the air. He pulled out another 2 dharmic battleships that he had retrieved from the Imperial Cemetery, and flung them at the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder. Explode! The 2 dharmic battleships exploded instantly, sending waves of spirit energy surging outwards. The sight of the explosion sent waves of shock rippling in the minds of the surrounding disciples. "Oh my God, he blew up his dharmic battleship. Long Nanzi, he's not only risking his life to save us, he's risking everything he's got." In their eyes, Wang Baoli was currently risking everything he had in order to save them. But, while 2 dharmic battleships might seem invaluable to a spirit immortal realm cultivator, they weren't a big deal to a planet realm cultivator. That was why neither the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder nor the Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch paid them much heed. The former disregarded them completely and suppressed the explosive force of the attack with a wave of his hand. He could tell that the self-destructive power of those dharmic battleships was quite weak. He didn't stop in his retreat. As for the Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch, he saw how moved his disciples were at Wang Baoli's actions. There was no way he could refuse Wang Baoli's request for compensation. He had also sensed the relatively weak self-destructive power of the Dharmic battleships. Nevertheless, he instinctively answered with a succinct reply. Sure. A look of gratitude flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes when the patriarch uttered his agreement. As the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder continued to disregard the self-destructive Dharmic battleships and retreat, Wang Baoli roared and waved his hand. This time, he pulled out 40 Dharmic battleships and flung them at the right-hand elder. The right-hand elder was struck dumb at the sight of the 40 Dharmic battleships. His mind buzzed with shock. He could disregard 2 self-destructing Dharmic battleships, but 40 such battleships. Every one of those battleships was emanating substantial power. Waves of shock surged through him. He might have been at the planet realm, but in the face of 40 self-destructing Dharmic battleships, in his current state of exhaustion and when he was already harboring thoughts of retreat, his will couldn't help but waver. The person who was in greater shock was the Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch. His eyes had widened instantly, and shock and confusion raced through his mind. He recalled his promise of compensation and shuddered fearfully. As shock surged through the minds of the right-hand elder, the patriarch, and the cultivators around them, Wang Baoli roared. Explode! Instantly, the 40 Dharmic battleships that he had recovered from the Imperial Cemetery exploded. Waves of energy surged outwards and flooded the cosmos, transforming into hurricanes that ravaged the area. Even though the destruction of each Dharmic battleship could only unleash 1/10 of a Dharmic battleship's true power, the combined destructive force unleashed by the self-destruction of 40 Dharmic battleships couldn't be underestimated. The hurricanes that resulted from the explosion sent a look of alarm flashing across the right-hand elder's face. He unleashed his full cultivation and steeled himself for new injuries as he forcibly suppressed the destructive force of the hurricanes. The cosmos rumbled as he clamped down on the hurricanes. The right-hand elder sensed once again that these Dharmic battleships weren't as powerful as he had originally thought them to be. Having realized that, he let loose a sigh of relief. Murder flashed in his eyes as he turned towards Wang Baoli. In his eyes, Wang Baoli was a mere spirit immortal realm cultivator, yet he had somehow gotten his hands on those subpar Dharmic battleships and managed to give him a fright. He deserved to be killed for that. Then, just as he turned his murderous gaze onto Wang Baoli and rushed towards him to attack, Wang Baoli turned his own vicious glare onto the right-hand elder and lifted his right hand. Amidst the thunderous rumbling in the cosmos, 200 Dharmic battleships suddenly appeared around him. Curse you, the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder widened his eyes and retreated instantly. Chapter 867, Dark Swallow? Chapter 867, Dark Swallow? The right-hand elder of the Heavenly Spirit sect wasn't the only person whose eyes had nearly popped out of his head. In fact, when Wang Baoli had pulled out 200 Dharmic battleships and blown them up, the First Legion of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and the disciples of the Violet Gold New Tao sect had all been struck dumb. The latter, especially, had been moved beyond tears. If they had been the ones mounting the rescue effort, they would have placed the preservation of their own lives as the top priority. They wouldn't have risked their lives to rescue others. They wouldn't have blown up their precious Dharmic battleships either. But Wang Baoli had done all of that. His actions had moved them immensely. Some had originally disregarded the relatively weaker explosive force of the self-destructing Dharmic battleships. Then, with a wave of his hand, Wang Baoli had pulled out another 40 Dharmic battleships. The sight had sent waves of emotion rocking through every disciple. Everything had seemed so surreal at that moment. After all, even if the 3 greater sects were to join forces, they would only be able to gather 40 Dharmic battleships at best. Wang Baoli had pulled out 40 Dharmic battleships in a single go and had chosen to blow them up without batting an eye. The destructive force that had been unleashed hadn't been as powerful as expected, but it had still been considerable. Regardless, this was a sight that everyone would find incredulous. They might think that they were hallucinating. And just as they were wondering if they were hallucinating, Wang Baoli had pulled out another 200 Dharmic battleships. At that point, the surrealism of the moment had everyone confused and looking lost. Even those who were quick to recover, who realized that something was going on and that Wang Baoli was up to something, were confounded. Because even if the Dharmic battleship's self-destruct power was relatively weaker than expected, it didn't discount the fact that he had pulled out more than 200 Dharmic battleships in a single go. This was something that was virtually unheard of. The person who was the most dumbstruck, more so than the right-hand elder who was desperately retreating, was the patriarch of the Violet Gold New Tao sect. His eyeballs were on the verge of popping out of their sockets. His mind buzzed with the loudness of thunder, and alarm colored his face as he dashed out and shouted. "Stop, Long Nanzi!" He had spoken too late. At that moment, the 200 Dharmic battleships that Wang Baoli had whipped out had charged at the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder and exploded. The destructive force from their explosions was equivalent to an attack launched by 20 Dharmic battleships. It didn't matter that the right-hand elder was at the planet realm, the attack still sent him shuddering violently and caused blood to spill from his mouth. Resentment and fury burned in his eyes as he unleashed blow after blow to weaken the force of the explosion, howling furiously as he retreated. The patriarch approached swiftly as the right-hand elder fell back. The patriarch was secretly fuming as well. The thought of his promise to compensate Wang Baoli, and how the latter had pulled out an unimaginable number of Dharmic battleships after that filled him with rage. He was still the patriarch of a sect, though. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he suppressed the raging fury he was feeling and seized it, unleashing his divine power and launching an attack at the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder. He had decided to let the enemy go because he hadn't wanted to prolong the battle, and because he wasn't confident in his ability to kill or inflict serious injury upon his enemy. Instead of dragging out the fight, he preferred to end it. But now, the situation had changed. The cosmos thundered, lightning flashed, and winds howled as he attacked. The cornered right-hand elder spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered another blow. He raged internally. He hadn't suffered such injury even when he had been battling the Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch earlier. Wang Baoli's arrival had led to his current injured state. "I swear that I'll kill you." The right-hand elder howled furiously and almost uncontrollably, retreating desperately while aggravating his injuries. There was intense fury in his eyes. He held no personal hatred towards the patriarch of the Violet Gold New Tao sect. His hatred was focused on Wang Baoli. "You want to kill me? Let's see you try." Wang Baoli was instantly displeased when he heard that. He glared and stuck his right hand into the air. Then, with another wave, he sent the entire battlefield into momentary silence. More than 700 Dharmic battleships appeared suddenly and filled the cosmos, the awesome sight sending the entire battlefield into an uproar. The retreating disciples from the Heavenly Spirit sect were struck dumb. The cultivators in the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's First Legion were stunned as well. Everyone, including the butler and Fairy Lingyu, had a blank look on their faces. The Violet Gold New Tao sect's disciples were frozen in place, their eyes bulging. Everyone was struck dumb by the sight of more than 700 Dharmic battleships. These battleships, when you add them to the earlier fleet, that should make up nearly 1,000 ships, right? This must be a hallucination that the enemy has set up. Is this a Dharmic battleship? Momentary silence descended upon the battlefield before it was overtaken by a sudden commotion. The right-hand elder of the Heavenly Spirit sect could feel his scalp prickle, and white noise was buzzing in his head. It was as if 100,000 lightning bolts had suddenly struck him. Never in his wildest dreams had he come across something as outrageous as this. There was only one thought in his mind now, and it was to run. He knew very well that while each Dharmic battleship might not be very powerful, in his current injured state, the combined strength of all 700 or so Dharmic battleships might still lead to his destruction in both spirit and flesh if he weren't careful. He also had the patriarch of the Violet Gold New Tao sect to deal with. Alarm bells blared loudly in the right-hand elder's head for the very first time since the battle had started. He shuddered. Disregarding the rest of the sect, he activated his full cultivation and fled. Trying to escape? Wang Baoli thought smugly and yelled out loud. He would have given chase if not for someone who was suffering from a shock greater than that of the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder, and felt as if he had just been struck by 1,000,000 lightning bolts. That someone was the patriarch of the Violet Gold New Tao sect. If not for his strong will, he would have collapsed in tears by now. The Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch roared just as Wang Baoli was about to strike. "Long Nanzi, please, cease your pursuit. All Legion commanders, protect Long Nanzi." The Violet Gold New Tao sect's patriarch barked out his orders, then unleashed his full speed and went after the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder like a madman. He was truly worried that a moment's delay on his part might result in Wang Baoli blowing up his numerous dharmic battleships. Should that happen, he wouldn't be able to compensate Wang Baoli fully even if he were to put the entire Violet Gold New Dao sect up for sale. What has the Divine Sovereign Justice sect's patriarch sent over as reinforcement? Is he trying to sabotage me? The Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch cursed inwardly as he unleashed another sudden burst of speed and chased after the right-hand elder. He went to the extent of keeping himself in the path of Wang Baoli and the right-hand elder so that Wang Baoli would have no chance of going after the latter himself. The Spirit Immortal Realm cultivators from the Violet Gold New Dao sect had recovered by then and, after their initial shock, surrounded Wang Baoli hurriedly under the guise of protecting him. In truth, they were shuddering with fear and panic. The battle had been too brutal. A misstep on their part might lead to the complete annihilation or bankruptcy of their sect. Fellow Daoist Long Nanzi, calm down, please. I thank you for your aid. The esteemed fellow Daoist is powerful indeed. The right-hand elder is but a mere defeated dog, retreating with his tail between his legs. We shouldn't lower ourselves to his equal and go after him. That's right. Fellow Daoist Long Nanzi, we are indebted to you for what you have done for the Violet Gold New Dao sect. Wang Baoli felt slightly down and regretful as he listened to the people around him. He stared into the distance, at the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch and the Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder as they disappeared rapidly from his sight, and sighed. Then, amidst the crowd's persuasions, he reluctantly put his dharmic battleships away. What a miser! It's just a couple of dharmic battleships. What's all the fuss about? I'm here to help, after all. Besides, I did help defeat the Heavenly Spirit sect. I've done a huge service, Wang Baoli muttered to himself. The Spirit Immortal Realm cultivators around him watched as he put his dharmic battleships away, and as the right-hand elder of the Heavenly Spirit sect fled into the distance. Only then did they finally release sighs of relief. Some of them cupped their fists and left. The battle was still ongoing, after all. Though, most of the Heavenly Spirit sect had retreated. They were without a Planet Realm cultivator at the helm, and they had lost all desire to fight. It was the perfect opportunity for the Violet Gold New Dao sect to launch a counterattack as the Heavenly Spirit sect made their retreat. The battlefield became a killing field. The Heavenly Spirit sect forces fell back in retreat as they were wounded and slaughtered in great numbers. Wang Baoli sighed and withdrew his attention from the Planet Realm cultivator who had fled. His eyes flashed and narrowed as he eyed the retreating Heavenly Spirit sect disciples on the battlefield. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes as he deliberated using the opportunity to cultivate his demonic eye art. Suddenly, a look shone in his eyes. He turned his head abruptly and stared at a distant spot at the edge of the battlefield. There were dozens of Heavenly Spirit sect disciples at that location, both male and female, all injured, who were retreating desperately. Surrounding them were numerous Violet Gold New Dao sect cultivators who were in close pursuit. Amongst these Heavenly Spirit sect disciples was a wisp of spirit energy that was faint yet extremely familiar to Wang Baoli. It was only at the Soul Conduit realm, but it shared a source similar to Wang Baoli. It was the divine will of his avatar, the one he had given to his friends before he had departed Earth and when they had left to carry out Project Dark Swallow. Chapter 868, Not Bad Lass. Chapter 868, Not Bad Lass. Back then, he was worried that his avatar's divine will would be noticed by outsiders while his friends were carrying out the mission, bringing them unnecessary trouble and danger. Because of that, he cut their connection with him. That way, they would exist independently and could be hidden as much as possible, thereby preventing them from being discovered by outsiders. As for the weakness, the divine will was like water without a source. It wouldn't change because Wang Baoli's cultivation got stronger. So, it was still at the soul conduit level. And what he sensed now made Wang Baoli's soul jolt. Without any hesitation, he flicked his body and sped towards the location where the divine will disturbance came from. Who will it be? Zhao Yamo? Lin Qianhao? Li Wuchen? Liu Daobin? Or Jin Duoming? Before Wang Baoli left Earth back then, the Federation had carried out a plan named Dark Swallow in secret. The plan was considered an absolute secret, so only an extremely small number of people knew about it. And with Wang Baoli's status in the Federation, he naturally had the right to know about the plan. He clearly remembered that the secret document pointed out that mysterious disappearances had appeared time and again throughout the years at many places on Earth. For example, Lin Qianhao's father, the ethereal city lord, mysteriously disappeared before Earth's Beast War back then. After he returned, his cultivation was much stronger than before, and he was judged to have huge potential. There were many groups of people like this. Zhou Yixian, who Wang Baoli had met previously, was one of them too. In fact, Xie Haiyang's name was misunderstood by the Federation as well, as they thought he was one of the people who mysteriously went missing. But no matter what, such a phenomenon made the Federation pay close attention. It was also because the few nascent souls from the Divine Eye civilization not only plundered Mercury's stellar source after infiltrating the Federation, they also used an unknown virus to engulf it. All this made the Federation care a lot about their own safety. And after integrating with the vast expanse Dao Palace, they became much stronger. They also became highly alert of civilizations in surrounding star systems. Combining all this, the so-called Dark Swallow plan was created with the cooperation of the vast expanse Dao Palace. They sent a portion of a large number of absolutely trustworthy Federation disciples into the places which could make people disappear. Another portion was teleported out of the Federation. While allowing them to obtain opportunities outside, they also scouted other civilizations surrounding the Federation. Then, they hid within those civilizations and became spies. Originally, with the Federation's strength, that was very difficult to achieve. But with the vast expanse Dao Palace's help, everything went quite successfully. And because Wang Baoli was worried that accidents might happen, as the strongest person in the Federation back then, he created some avatars and gave them to his good friends. But never did he expect to actually sense the divine will he previously gave out on the battlefield of the Heavenly Spirit sect, and Violet Gold New Dao sect. This made him extremely anxious and worried. That was because Wang Baoli knew very clearly that only two types of people could have his divine will. One type would be the good friends he gave his divine will to previously. Another type would be those whose hands were stained with his friend's blood. Those who had stolen his divine will. So, as Wang Baoli's expression changed, he flicked his body and exploded forth like a thunderbolt into the cosmos, heading directly for the location of the divine will that his divine sense had detected. He wasn't very far away from where his divine will was, and with Wang Baoli's current cultivation, everything happened in the blink of an eye as his silhouette appeared ahead of the Heavenly Spirit sect cultivators who were retreating continuously. His appearance there instantly made the souls of the cultivators from both sides tremble. It was normal for the Heavenly Spirit sect disciples to have this reaction. As for Violet Gold New Dao sect disciples, it was obvious that his act of taking out thousands of dharmic battleships made everyone feel that he had an extraordinary identity and status. To a certain extent, it didn't seem inappropriate to see him as a planet realm individual. So when they saw him arrive, their souls naturally trembled. Senior Long Nanzi. Greetings, Senior. All the Violet Gold New Dao sect disciples rushed to greet him, but Wang Baoli ignored them. He swept his gaze, and it landed on the 10 or so Heavenly Spirit sect disciples who were obviously extremely nervous. They obviously already knew that they were going to die. If Wang Baoli hadn't arrived, they felt that they had a chance to escape more or less. But now, the bitterness and desperation in their forced laughs were extremely obvious. At the same time, they were very puzzled. They wanted to know why the extremely strong Long Nanzi chose them when the battlefield was so big and still had spirit immortals around. After all, among the more than 10 cultivators there, the one with the highest cultivation level was only a nascent soul. As the Violet Gold New Dao sect disciples greeted Wang Baoli and the Heavenly Spirit sect disciples all felt desperate, Wang Baoli's gaze was like lightning as it swept through the crowd. In the end, it landed on a lady among the Heavenly Spirit sect cultivators. The lady had a decent appearance, and her figure wasn't bad. Although she wasn't extremely gorgeous, she was still somewhat attractive. On the lady, Wang Baoli clearly felt disturbances of his own divine will. The disturbances were very faint, and it was very hard for outsiders to detect. In fact, if planet realm cultivators didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to find it. After all, the connection between the divine will and Wang Baoli had already been cut. To an extent, one could even say that it was a dharmic treasure. If not for him sensing it unexpectedly, even Wang Baoli might not have been able to notice it. So he sensed it repeatedly, before confirming it. But the lady looked very foreign to him, so he could only know exactly what happened after thoroughly identifying her. But this wasn't the place to do so. Wang Baoli couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Spirit sect female cultivator he was staring at had a pale expression, with sorrow and desperation appearing in her eyes. She felt Wang Baoli's gaze, and it gave a feeling that she couldn't hide any secret. So, as the cultivators on both sides were extremely nervous, Wang Baoli suddenly laughed. He raised his right hand and grabbed violently. Instantly, a huge wave of power was unleashed and engulfed the lady, not giving her any time to struggle as she was grabbed by Wang Baoli. He didn't put her directly into his storage bag. Instead, he trapped her within the dharmic battleship in his storage bag. That way, he could ensure that the lady wouldn't encounter any danger while in his storage bag. After doing that, Wang Baoli turned around and was about to leave. He saw the confusion in the eyes of cultivators on both sides. Obviously, they were very puzzled over Wang Baoli's sudden appearance and his action of capturing a female cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit sect. Wang Baoli coughed. Although there wasn't much point in explaining his actions to them, considering that the lady was highly likely to be one of his good friends, Wang Baoli spoke calmly. The lass isn't bad. I'm preparing to bring her back to become a vessel. As for the rest, kill them all. After speaking, Wang Baoli turned around and left. After he left, the Violet Gold New Dao sect disciples attacked again while wearing weird expressions. A violent clash happened in an instant, and not long after, the Heavenly Spirit sect disciples could no longer resist the attacks and died. At this point, the battle could be considered over. The Heavenly Spirit sect disciples tried to escape at all costs, and although there were many casualties, half of the cultivators managed to escape from the battlefield successfully. And the huge defeat of the Heavenly Spirit sect at the Violet Gold New Dao sect put a temporary pause on the invasion between civilizations, but it was obvious that all this was just the beginning of the battle. Very quickly, the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch returned. He couldn't do anything about the right-hand elder. After chasing him for a while, he chose to give up. And after returning, although he intended to avoid Wang Baoli, as someone who provided aid and the benefactor who saved the Violet Gold New Dao sect, Wang Baoli's status was special. That was especially so considering the likes of the top-ranked army and the butler obviously saw Wang Baoli as their leader. What was most important was that as he returned, due to the removal of the seal, he contacted the sovereign patriarch at the earliest possible time and learned of Wang Baoli's strength from him. This shook his soul immensely. So, although he felt frustrated in his heart, he had no choice but to force a smile and give thanks. Fellow Daoist Long Nanzi, many thanks. The Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch forced a smile and spoke courteously, and Wang Baoli was also all smiles. Ha ha, we're all allies. You're too kind, patriarch. However, could you reimburse me for my losses? My more than 200 dharmic battleships. I scrimped and saved to get every single one of them. Instantly, the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch grew even more frustrated. As he flared up, his face twitched a little as well. In his heart, he growled and cursed the B*****starred Wang Baoli for profiteering off the situation. Chapter 869, I can't afford to use you. Chapter 869, I can't afford to use you. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. He even wanted to slap Wang Baoli to death. But obviously, he couldn't. And he felt that, he might not be able to do so anyway. He felt extremely depressed, and he was too lazy to fake a smile. He had his back turned towards his disciples as he gazed at Wang Baoli while gritting his teeth. Even if I sell my sect, I won't have more than 200 dharmic battleships. Don't go overboard, Long Nanzi. I bled for your Violet Gold New Dao sect and came here fearlessly. I came here to provide aid without caring about the potential consequences, and you say I'm going overboard? You want to repudiate your debt? After hearing the patriarch's words, Wang Baoli instantly became unhappy and stared. Wang Baoli wasn't very confident that he would be able to retreat successfully if he fought the sovereign patriarch. But for a mere violet gold New Dao sect patriarch, he felt that he could still bully him. Wang Baoli grew even more enraged in his heart as he spoke loudly. Is this the violet gold New Dao sect? After learning that the violet gold New Dao sect was in danger, I, Long Nanzi, a mere spirit immortal, asked the sovereign patriarch to allow me to come here on my own accord. Even though the journey was long and I knew that there would be planet realm mighty figures here. Even though your violet gold New Dao sect tried to kill me many times in the past and tried to capture me many times. Even though you've always looked down on me and humiliated me many times, I still chose to come and provide assistance. I brought my army and my 12 spirit immortals here. But what do I get in return? I get told that I'm going overboard. Wang Baoli's agitated words spread through the surroundings, and caused the surrounding violet gold New Dao sect disciples who were cleaning up the battlefield to stop. And Wang Baoli's words didn't end there. Even though the violet gold New Dao sect's patriarch's expression was already extremely ugly, Wang Baoli's loud voice still spread towards the surroundings. After I arrived here, I saved the Black Rift Legion commander at the earliest possible time. He tried to kill me previously, but what did I do? I disregarded our personal disputes and saw the bigger picture. Because I know that we are all people of the Divine Eye civilization. We must stand united. At this time, we must disregard all of our personal disputes, for we have to fight, both for our civilization and for our survival. But what do I get in return? It's you telling me that I'm going overboard. After he said that, the surrounding violet gold New Dao sect cultivators all went silent. That was especially so for the Black Rift Legion commander, who lowered his head. And the top-ranked army cultivators beside Wang Baoli all naturally sided with him. At that moment, their gazes turned icy as they looked at the violet gold New Dao sect. Spirit immortals like the butler and fairy Ling Yu also moved close to Wang Baoli and stood behind him. The injuries on the bodies of the rescuers and the tiredness in their expressions seemed to be a form of silent resistance as well. Even though he wanted to say something, this caused the violet gold New Dao sect's patriarch to not know where to begin. After I saved the Black Rift Legion commander, I saw that you were in danger, so I charged out with all my might. The Heavenly Spirit sect's right-hand elder slapped me until I spit blood. Although a mere spirit immortal like me has some skill, did I hide when faced with the palm of a planet realm? Did I cower in fear? I didn't. I still persevered. But what I get in return is you telling me that I'm going overboard. I risked my life to withstand a slap from a planet realm. Seeing that he wanted to escape, I took out my dharmic battleships, disregarding the consequences. Even though my heart bled at the thought, I made them self-destruct without hesitation just to give you a chance to kill the right-hand elder. I did that to ensure a huge victory for your violet gold New Dao sect. But now, after winning, have I lost my usefulness? Is this the violet gold New Dao sect? Is this the violet gold New Dao sect that my divine sovereign justice sect came to rescue by dragging our tired bodies here, and risking our lives? Violet gold New Dao sect patriarch, no one finds cultivation easy. No one just randomly gets cultivation resources dropped from the sky for them. I, Long Nanzi, risked my life to gather materials to make my dharmic battleships. They were destroyed because I was trying to save your violet gold New Dao sect. You personally said that you would make it up to me. I have nothing to say with regard to you going back on your word, but you still dare to say that I've gone overboard. Speaking to this point, Wang Baoli was so angry he was trembling. While his agitated voice spread towards the surroundings, it swayed everyone who heard him. The one thing I've done that's gone overboard is choosing to come and save you. That was especially so after Wang Baoli spoke that last sentence. The violet gold New Dao sect disciples couldn't help but feel ashamed. After all, no matter what, this was indeed the case. If Wang Baoli hadn't appeared, the battle would definitely not have ended this way. They would probably still be fighting now. And both themselves and their fellow Taoists beside them would probably be corpses by now. It was just that, while this thought appeared in their minds, another thought appeared in their minds as well. It was that, they couldn't afford it. How could they possibly cough up over 200 dharmic battleships? Also, those dharmic battleships obviously had issues. But they couldn't say all of that now. Once they did, they would seem like ingrates. This kind of moral kidnapping was what Wang Baoli had learned during his years in the Federation. Applying it in the Divine Eye civilization now was obviously very effective as well. The Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch's expression was also twisted. He was already extremely frustrated but had no way of venting. In the end, he gritted his teeth, raised his right hand, and waved it. Instantly, 7 rays of light appeared in the cosmos beside him. After 5 of the light rays dispersed, they became 5 real Dharmic battleships. 3 of them were equivalent to an early-stage spirit immortal, 1 was equivalent to a mid-stage spirit immortal, and 1 was in the shape of a crocodile. The disturbances it dispersed were that of a late-stage spirit immortal. As for the other 2 light rays, 1 was a flying sword, and 1 was a spear. The 2 Dharmic treasures were of quite a high level. Although they couldn't reach the level of a divine armament, they far exceeded the level of Wang Baoli's 9th grade Dharmic armaments and were planet realm level Dharmic treasures. Long Nanzi, I'll pay you back with these first. The Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. He could hardly suppress the indignance and emotional pain he felt right now. Wang Baoli blinked. He could see that the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch was reaching his breaking point. Although he was still dissatisfied in his heart, he felt that so long as the Violet Gold New Dao sect existed, they wouldn't be able to run away from what they owed him. At most, he would just come and harass them a few more times for payment. Therefore, he raised his right hand, waved it, and quickly stored the 5 Dharmic battleships and 2 Dharmic treasures. I've made a loss. Over 200 Dharmic battleships lost, and I only got 5 Dharmic battleships and the 2 Dharmic treasures as compensation. I'll accept this for now. Wang Baoli looked depressed on the surface but felt extremely happy in his heart. Over 200 trash Dharmic battleships, whose only use was to self-destruct, got him that crocodile Dharmic battleship, which was easily worth 100 of them alone. Calculating it this way, the exchange was quite worth it. Thinking that he had a numerical advantage, he pondered over whether to make the patriarch write an IOU. But seeing the anger that threatened to go out of control in the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch's eyes, Wang Baoli sighed in his heart. So be it. I'm too soft-hearted. You don't need to write me an IOU. You can't run away from what you owe me anyway. Thinking to this point, a smile appeared on Wang Baoli's face as he cupped his fists towards the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch. Thank you, patriarch. If you need such help in the future, feel free to call for me. I'll definitely rush here at the earliest time possible. I can't afford to use you. Goodbye. The Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch flicked his sleeves, turned around, and left with a sullen face. Wang Baoli didn't mind the Violet Gold New Dao sect's patriarch's attitude at all. After waving to the other disciples of the Violet Gold New Dao sect, he sashayed as he brought the top-ranked army's cultivators, who all had weird expressions, into the battleships and left. The battle could be considered to have come to an end. The Divine Eye civilization's cosmos also entered a short repairing phase. The Heavenly Spirit sect disciples who had escaped from the boundaries of the Violet Gold New Dao sect also received orders from the Heavenly Spirit sect lord after they left the sealed area, and communications were smooth. They were to head close to the Divine Eye civilization's eternal star and gather there. The Divine Eye civilization's royal family, who had all defaulted under the leadership of their 3 princes, also gathered there. Hence, one could say that the entire Divine Eye civilization was divided into 2 factions. One of them was the Heavenly Spirit sect, while the other was the alliance of the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and Violet Gold New Dao sect. Although the former were gathered together, they had paid a huge price. Their left-hand elder was heavily injured, and while their right-hand elder escaped successfully, he was still injured. But they were just the first wave of invaders after all. As a whole, they still had an extremely huge advantage. And the latter prioritized building and repairing the large-scale teleportation array formations of the 2 sects as they regrouped after the battle. That way, even if the 2 sects weren't in the same place, they could be deployed immediately and cooperate with one another. While the battle entered a period of regrouping, Wang Baoli led his own army and everyone from the top-ranked army back to the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. News about what he did in the Violet Gold New Dao sect had already spread, But the sovereign patriarch still pretended that he didn't know about it and didn't ask any questions. Instead, he conducted a grand welcoming ceremony for Wang Baoli. Chapter 870, Dilemmas and Denying. Chapter 870, Dilemmas and Denying. At the same time, he gave Wang Baoli an independent satellite as his cave abode and base. In fact, after asking Wang Baoli for his opinion, he immediately announced that Wang Baoli was promoted to the role of the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's Grand Elder, and was of almost equivalent status to him. Such courteous treatment made Wang Baoli very pleased in his heart. After thanking the sovereign patriarch, he chose to regroup on the satellite. After all, he was very clear that the battle was far from over. This was only the beginning. As the entire sect was preparing and regrouping intensely, Wang Baoli spread out his cultivation and sealed both the interior and exterior of his cave abode secret chamber. He even took out his 12 emperor puppets and dharmic battleships. After strengthening the seal and ensuring that no accidents would happen, he released the lady with his divine will, who he had trapped within his dharmic battleship. Who exactly is she? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on the lady who couldn't hide her extreme anxiousness and desperation, after being released. Her expression also obviously showed that she wished to die. Focusing his gaze on the lady in front of him, Wang Baoli spread out his divine will. After engulfing the lady with it, he checked her thoroughly. But after the check, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Previously, on the battlefield, he took a hurried look at her and didn't recognize her. Now that he looked thoroughly, with his own cultivation, he still couldn't spot anything on the lady's body. It was as though this body was really her true body. The lady had a decent appearance. Judging from her appearance, she looked like she was around 20 years old. Her skin was white, and her figure was also very lithe and graceful. She was clad in rainbow-colored clothes, and not only did it not hide her beauty, but it gave her a sense of youthfulness. However, Wang Baoli was very clear that once cultivators reached the core formation realm, the age they looked like no longer mattered. So long as they were willing to use some cultivation to make themselves look young, it wasn't a difficult spell to do. It was very common among cultivators, so one couldn't tell a person's age from their appearance alone. Normally, one would sweep their divine sense over them to sense whether there were signs of aging. For example, although the lady seemed to be there with her true body, according to Wang Baoli's divine sense, she wasn't old. And her cultivation was extraordinary, considering she was already a late-stage nascent soul. That might not mean much in the Violet Gold civilization, but in the Federation, it was very rare for someone of that age to have such significant cultivation. At least, among the friends that Wang Baoli remembered, none of them could reach that cultivation at that age except for him. This made Wang Baoli suspicious in his heart, as he couldn't clearly distinguish her identity. So, his gaze gradually turned icy as he spoke slowly. "Tell me your identity." His words were like a cold breeze, causing the temperature in the secret chamber to instantly lower by a lot, a chilly air faintly spreading. This caused the lady's body to shiver slightly. After remaining silent for a few breaths, she lowered her head, seemingly trying her best to calm down, and then slowly spoke. "I'm a disciple of the Violet Gold Civilization's Heavenly Spirit Sect's Ancient Sword Peak. Chen Shu-ma." Hearing the lady's reply, Wang Baoli's eyebrows furrowed even tighter together, and his gaze turned icier. In fact, he became somewhat impatient. He was worried that his guess had become a reality and that one of his friends was killed by this lady, thereby giving her possession of his divine will. He wanted to search her soul directly, but he considered that if he had a lapse in judgment, such a soul search would definitely cause irreversible damage to her body. So, Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and sized up the lady in front of him again. Although she tried her best to stay calm, Wang Baoli could naturally see the anxiousness and desperation in her heart and the wish to die hidden in her eyes. That made him understand that the lady was already prepared to die there. And just as Wang Baoli was sizing the lady up, the voice transmission jade slip in his storage bag dispersed disturbances. Wang Baoli lowered his hand, flipping his right hand to take out the voice transmission jade slip. He was just about to check it, but in the next moment, he raised his head violently, raised his right hand, and pointed at the lady. "You wish to die?" As he pointed, the lady's body instantly froze, and her expression became extremely pale. Her body seemed to solidify, and no thoughts could be formed. She could only stand there as the desperation in her heart spread around her soul. The wish to die in her eyes couldn't be hidden as it spread around her pupils, and she couldn't help but cry. She wanted to close her eyes to hide her weakness, but her body couldn't even do that now. Wang Baoli humphed, raised his right hand, and grabbed in mid-air. Instantly, a light sphere flew out of the lady's glabella. The light sphere was his divine will, and it floated in front of Wang Baoli after it returned. The moment he had checked the voice transmission jade slip, he felt the disturbance of his divine will. The lady who claimed to be Chen Xueme wanted to unleash the divine will while he wasn't paying attention. She didn't want to kill him. Instead, she wanted to commit suicide. She's quite resolute. Wang Baoli focused his gaze on the lady for a while before lowering his head to take a sweeping glance at the voice transmission jade slip. It was the sovereign patriarch who sent a voice transmission to him. He invited him to head to the hall later, as he had something to discuss with him. After giving a simple reply, Wang Baoli looked towards Chen Xueme, whose body was frozen by him, again. A weird glint appeared in his eyes. The resoluteness on her body made the silhouette of a lady appear in his mind unwittingly. As he remained silent, Wang Baoli waved his hand and dispersed the binding on the lady. Without the binding, the lady seemed to lose all her strength at once. She retreated a few steps back with a pained expression, her whole body seeming to beg him to kill her as she spoke softly. With Senior's cultivation, please don't humiliate me. I don't care whether you kill me or not. If Senior wants to know anything about the Violet Gold civilization, I can tell you about it truthfully. I just hope Senior can leave me with a complete corpse and allow me to die with a bit more dignity. The words expressed an even more intense sense of resolution and deepened the suspicion in Wang Baoli's eyes. So, after pondering, he raised his right hand and waved it. His body changed instantly, shedding the appearance of Long Nanzi in the blink of an eye. He exposed his original appearance as he looked at Chen Xueme. That's enough. There's no need to continue hiding. The divine will on your body was given by me. Who exactly are you? Wang Baoli expressed a sense of helplessness. As he spoke, his divine will was also extremely sharp, as he wanted to see the lady's reaction. He didn't say his name, and he didn't say the name of the person he guessed she was. That was because he still couldn't confirm his suspicions. Therefore, he tried to expose his true appearance and make a judgment after she saw it. It was just that, after Chen Xueme saw Wang Baoli's appearance, although she was stunned for a while, there was still some confusion in her eyes. This made Wang Baoli's heart sink. After remaining silent for a few breaths, he slowly spoke. I'm not interested in information about the Violet Gold civilization and Heavenly Spirit sect. I'm not asking you for your identity in the Heavenly Spirit sect either. What I want is your true identity. I don't know what you mean, Senior. I don't have any other identity. Senior, have you mistaken me for someone else? Chen Xueme looked even more confused. As she looked at Wang Baoli's true appearance, a sense of doubt also appeared in her expression. Seeing the lady like this, Wang Baoli was a little impatient in his heart. He stood up, his gaze becoming icy again as he swept his glance toward Chen Xueme. Let me remind you. The Federation. After he said that, Chen Xueme was still confused, and there was even more doubt in her expression. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke softly. Senior, the Federation is a sect. You really don't recognize me? You really don't know what the Federation is? Wang Baoli furrowed his brows as he spoke with a deep voice. I really don't know. Chen Xueme smiled bitterly as she shook her head. Her heartbeat and actions didn't reveal anything, and it was as though she really didn't know. Wang Baoli suddenly laughed. Seems like I'm indeed mistaken. I previously captured an alien cultivator named Wang Baoli. You probably don't know him either. I've locked up the fatty and obtained many interesting things after searching his soul. I've also swallowed a portion of his soul, so I sense the divine will disturbances of part of his soul. Since you don't know him, it seems like he used some unknown technique to hide something from me. I'll go swallow him completely now and destroy his body and soul. As he spoke, Wang Baoli laughed coldly and raised his foot to leave the secret chamber. Chapter 871, Using Too Much Force. Chapter 871, Using Too Much Force. He already understood that no matter who she turned out to be, if she still had no reaction after he said all that, he could only search her soul. If she hurt or killed his good friend, he would make sure to torture the lady. If that wasn't the case and the lady was indeed his good friend, then Wang Baoli would delete her from his heart. But just as he finished speaking and prepared to leave the secret chamber, Chen Xuemei's body trembled violently. All of her confusion and doubt dissipated in an instant after she heard that. Her expression had an unprecedented change as she raised her head violently to look at Wang Baoli. Although she instinctively wanted to remain silent, it was obviously difficult for her to do so, as even her voice trembled. "I know Wang Baoli." Wang Baoli stopped, a smile appearing on his face. "Who are you?" "Zhao Yameng." After Chen Xuemei said that, the intent to die in her eyes was extremely intense. She had her head down as she continued speaking calmly. "I can tell you whatever you want to know. I can tell you anything. But please, senior, spare his life." Hearing that, Wang Baoli instantly felt a little heartbroken. He smiled bitterly at Zhao Yameng and sighed. "My dear Yameng, I've already exposed my true appearance. You really don't believe me? I'm Wang Baoli, can't you see that?" Wang Baoli raised his right hand and flipped it to take out a mirror to look at himself. After ensuring that he didn't change into the wrong appearance, a sense of helplessness appeared on his face. "I don't blame you. I've indeed become more handsome than I was in the past. It's normal for you not to recognize me." After hearing Wang Baoli's words, Zhao Yameng just remained silent. This made Wang Baoli feel somewhat awkward. But what he felt in his heart was different from what he expressed on his face. He still continued to observe Zhao Yameng, but his appearance showed a bitter smile. "Yameng, I'm really Wang Baoli. How did you become like this? How did you hide? I actually couldn't recognize you." Zhao Yameng raised her head to take a deep look at Wang Baoli. After taking a deep breath, she unleashed an unknown technique, and her face visibly changed. In the next moment, the absolutely stunning silhouette from Wang Baoli's memories appeared in front of him. At the same time, Wang Baoli's divine sense finally felt the familiar disturbance after Zhao Yameng seemed to release some sort of seal. The disturbance came from the soul and had his aura as evidence. Hence, at that moment, Wang Baoli could completely confirm that this lady was Zhao Yameng. This made him extremely surprised. As he gave a big smile, he went forward to give Zhao Yameng a big hug. But just as he stepped out, Zhao Yameng retreated several steps back suddenly, and a sense of iciness Wang Baoli remembered her showing to outsiders appeared in her eyes. She exposed her true appearance because she had the same plan to check Wang Baoli's reaction. Although she hesitated in her heart, she quickly had her own judgment. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old toddler, senior? Do you think it's that easy to deceive me? I've already exposed my true appearance and said my name. If you still want to know more, please bring Wang Baoli to meet me. Also, you can search my soul. But I have to remind you, senior. Since you can't understand how I changed my appearance, there's no way you can release the seal on my soul. If you search my soul by force, you won't get anything." Wang Baoli was a little flabbergasted. "I'm really Wang Baoli. My gosh, you still don't believe me at this point. What have you gone through over the years?" After hearing that, Zhao Yameng went silent for a while, but her expression remained icy as she spoke calmly after a few moments. "You don't need to go on like this, senior. One must go through a process of conscience searching before entering the Heavenly Spirit sect. The process can imitate the appearances of important people in one's heart, and make them go through an illusory reincarnation to check whether the disciple has other plans or fake their background. And I have gone through and passed that process. So, there's no way I'll reveal anything on my own. And the fact that you could recognize me with one look, capture me, and bring me here to ask me all of this can only mean one thing. That is, you've indeed captured Wang Baoli and gotten many memories from him against his will. Moreover, you've committed a mistake, senior. You've underestimated me. Indeed, my cultivation is much lower than yours, but my divine will is different from that of ordinary people. I have an innate talent for telepathy. Whoever exists in my heart will have an aura I can sense on their bodies. But you don't have that on your body. So, if you don't bring Wang Baoli here, senior, I can only conclude that Wang Baoli has died." Speaking to that point, Zhao Yameng's body shivered uncontrollably. Wang Baoli helplessly gave a bitter laugh once again. At the same time, he was shocked by Zhao Yameng's innate talent. He was very clear that he was only an avatar now. So, to a certain extent, it was correct to say that there were no aura markings on him. But his cultivation was extremely strong, far exceeding that of Zhao Yameng. If Zhao Yameng's innate talent spell could still be effective, then her innate talent was extremely scary. After pondering, Wang Baoli raised his right hand and grabbed, holding the divine will he extracted from Zhao Yameng's body in his hand and pressing it against his glabella. The divine will fused successfully, and there was no rejection at all. "Do you believe me now?" After doing that, he looked at Zhao Yameng. But he didn't expect that Zhao Yameng would actually shiver more intensely after seeing that. In fact, as she looked towards him, a sense of hatred and frenzy that could be imprinted on his soul appeared in her eyes. It was obvious that she misunderstood and thought that it meant that Wang Baoli had completely died. She thought that his soul and everything else had been swallowed by this man and incorporated into his body. "Don't be agitated, Yameng." Wang Baoli experienced a huge shock. He didn't know how to explain it. At the same time, according to Zhao Yameng's reaction, he felt that it must have been really tough for her to survive in the Violet Gold civilization all those years. Once she was exposed, she would definitely die, and she might even burden the Federation. So, naturally, there was no one she could trust. Because of that, she developed the trait of extreme caution. Even though he had already continuously proven his identity, she still chose to be cautious. Although it might not be the best to not trust anyone easily and only trust one's own judgment, it was the only way for one to ensure their own safety in a foreign environment. This made Wang Baoli feel even more heartbroken. But he understood that this meant that Zhao Yameng had truly matured. As a Federation cultivator, with her mother being the Martian colony governor and her father being the lead spirit researcher, she could continue cultivating in the Federation without any danger. Even if Project Dark Swallow needed her, she could have rejected them, and no one would have blamed her. But in the end, due to some considerations, she chose to join on her own accord. This was a kind of responsibility, to give her all for the rise of the Federation. She was like this, and so was Wang Baoli. Vaguely, in Wang Baoli's eyes, the Zhao Yameng in front of him was vastly different from the Zhao Yameng in his memories. To a certain extent, she already displayed the charm of her mother, the Martian colony governor. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. After nodding towards Zhao Yameng, under her caution, he raised his right hand and waved it. Instantly, he took Zhao Yameng along as they disappeared from the secret chamber and left the satellite. In the next moment, they had already appeared within the cosmos. Not waiting for Zhao Yameng to ask him any questions, Wang Baoli moved again and unleashed his cultivation, shooting towards the divine I main star at his maximum speed. Because there was no disruption of the seal and no army cultivators following him, Wang Baoli unleashed his speed smoothly. Not long after, he brought Zhao Yameng and arrived at the divine I main star. With a flick of his body, they arrived where his true body's coffin was at. They dug underground and went to the side of the coffin within the cave. After arriving there, Wang Baoli didn't speak. A weird glint flashed between his eyes as the dark art circulated within his body. Dark fire spread as he raised his right hand and slapped it down violently onto the coffin. After the slap, the coffin trembled, and it became translucent and obscure. This caused Zhao Yameng, who was standing at the side, to instantly see Wang Baoli lying within the coffin in the next moment. Her body shivered violently. As she looked over, Wang Baoli's true body slowly opened its eyes. "Yameng, it's really me. Due to some reasons, my true body can't go out now. I can only make use of an avatar. That's why you couldn't sense the aura with your innate talent. Baoli." As Zhao Yameng's body trembled, she closed her eyes to sense the aura. Afterwards, tears fell from her eyes. They were tears of joy and excitement. Hey, I'm over here." Wang Baoli's avatar was a little depressed as it looked at the true body in the coffin and looked at Zhao Yameng, who only had eyes for his true body. Suddenly, he felt a little moonstruck. Chapter 872, Left Dao Holy Domain. Chapter 872, Left Dao Holy Domain. Zhao Yameng took a deep breath as she looked at Wang Baoli, who was in the coffin, and spoke softly. "When can you come out?" Wang Baoli, who felt very depressed, didn't let his true body speak. Instead, his avatar coughed behind Zhao Yameng. When Zhao Yameng had no choice but to turn around and face him with a weird expression on her face, he spoke gleefully. "Soon. According to what my senior brother said back then, I'll be able to come out very soon." Hearing that, Zhao Yameng looked at Wang Baoli's avatar and then turned back to look at Wang Baoli's true body lying in the coffin, who was blinking at her and had a naughty smile on his face. She felt a slight headache and glared at Wang Baoli's avatar. "You're too much. Since you're Wang Baoli, why didn't you say so earlier?" "I did." Wang Baoli spoke while wearing a bitter smile. "You didn't." Zhao Yameng stared at Wang Baoli while speaking assuredly. "I really did. I even changed back to my original appearance. Did you forget?" "My gosh, you..." Wang Baoli slapped his forehead as he tried his best to help Zhao Yameng remember the previous scenes. "You shouted at me. Wang Baoli, you've changed." Hearing that, Zhao Yameng's eyes suddenly turned red. Wang Baoli's eyes showed some confusion as he stared blankly at Zhao Yameng. He was about to explain that he didn't shout at her when his body suddenly stopped. He recalled the experiences and knowledge he gained when he was young and recalled Zhao Yameng's previous caution. After thinking that he was in danger, she collapsed mentally and was willing to do anything to save him. Such a scene made Wang Baoli take a deep breath. His eyes were full of emotion as he went forward to embrace Zhao Yameng. As Zhao Yameng's body trembled, he stroked her hair gently and spoke softly. "Yameng, sorry. I arrived late. Tell me all the grievances you've suffered." As he spoke, Zhao Yameng's body slowly went soft. She no longer grumbled and quarreled. She seemed to let down her guard, and she hugged Wang Baoli tightly as she mumbled softly. "Baoli, is this all real? Is this all not a hallucination?" "It's not a hallucination, it's all real." Outside the cave was the divine Imain star's night sky. Within the cave, a glint of fire spread from within the stones faintly, like candlelight in the night sky. It turned into warmth, which spread around the two of them who were hugging each other. The shadows reflected on the wall also slowly stopped shaking, seeming to represent their hearts as it made the surroundings turn quiet. This was supposed to be a very romantic scene. However, Wang Baoli, who was hugging Zhao Yameng then, couldn't help but feel weird when seeing it with the eyes of his true body. "It feels like someone else is hugging Zhao Yameng. No, I can't think this way, my avatar is me as well." Wang Baoli coughed in his heart and quickly swept away the messy thoughts in his mind as he focused on hugging Zhao Yameng. His right hand also naturally slid down from Zhao Yameng's waist and subconsciously pinched. "Wang Baoli, it's not very nice of you to do that." Replying to this was Zhao Yameng's voice, which had already calmed down. "Ah? What did I do?" Wang Baoli was stunned as he stared puzzledly at Zhao Yameng. "Your hand." Zhao Yameng remained silent for a few breaths. She seemed to be trying her best to continue speaking calmly. Hearing Zhao Yameng's words, Wang Baoli seemed to finally understand. He put on a look of curiosity and raised his toes, peeking at his hand behind Zhao Yameng's back. After that, he coughed. "My avatar lost control just now. Maybe I didn't cultivate properly." Zhao Yameng glared at Wang Baoli but didn't get angry. Instead, she brushed her hair behind her ears as she focused her attention on Wang Baoli and spoke softly. "Baoli, why are you here?" Zhao Yameng was very shocked that Wang Baoli actually appeared in the Divine Eye civilization. This was also why she couldn't trust Wang Baoli previously and felt conflicted in her heart. In her memories, Wang Baoli should still be in the Federation. After all, she was very clear that Project Dark Swallow didn't involve Wang Baoli. The reason for that was very simple. Her mother previously said that Wang Baoli was basically confirmed to be groomed as the next president of the Federation. There was no way the Federation would assign someone like him to carry out such a dangerous mission. If someone else asked him that, Wang Baoli wouldn't tell the truth. But Zhao Yameng asked him now, so Wang Baoli sighed. "Let's not talk about that, you don't know that. I actually have a senior brother. He's not too trustworthy. He told me that he'd bring me to a place to obtain opportunities. But in the end, in his years in the Divine Eye civilization, although Wang Baoli seemed to have a high status, he was very clear that to the Divine Eye civilization, he was still an outsider. His home was Earth, and here, it was impossible for him to not feel homesick. And there were many things he had no one to talk to about. Although he met Shui Xian previously, that guy wasn't trustworthy enough, and Wang Baoli naturally couldn't trust him. So after hearing Zhao Yameng's question, he told her about his experiences after arriving in the Divine Eye civilization. While listening to Wang Baoli's story-like experiences, Zhao Yameng's eyes opened wide, and her mouth didn't close at all. The shock in her eyes intensified as Wang Baoli went on. Hold on, you're saying that you became the Grand Elder of a small sect after coming here. Then you offended the Violet Gold New Dao sect and entered the Divine Sovereign Justice sect. Then you went out and went through the Flame Patriarch's test, killing a late-stage Spirit Immortal and Planet Realm cultivator in the process. Then you returned, and became Divine Eye royalty, leading millions of souls of the Divine Eye civilization and 12 Spirit Immortal Emperors? And although your cultivation is at the late-stage Spirit Immortal realm now, ordinary planet realms can't do anything against you. Zhao Yameng's breathing became unstable as she stared incredulously at Wang Baoli. Although she had seen Wang Baoli's strength on the battlefield, she had only paid it some notice. Now, after she understood the entire situation, the shock in her heart reached a maximum. She saw Wang Baoli nod, seemingly very pleased with himself. She only let out a breath after quite some time, and she looked at Wang Baoli with a weird expression. Baoli, your luck. I told you previously, I'm Heaven's chosen one and have incredible luck, yet you still wouldn't believe me. That's enough about me. Tell me about yourself. The Project Dark Swallow you were supposed to carry out was to go to that Violet Gold civilization? Wang Baoli raised his head proudly and no longer hid his glee. But considering Zhao Yameng's feelings, Wang Baoli asked about her after coughing. Zhao Yameng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As she gazed at Wang Baoli, the scene of her meeting Wang Baoli for the first time all those years ago in the Ethereal Dao College appeared subconsciously in her mind. Afterward, the image changed into how Wang Baoli shook the surroundings and rose up during the test on the ancient greenish bronze sword. All of that made her gaze slowly turn gentle. After dispersing the last wisp of doubt in her heart, she started telling Wang Baoli about her experiences. The Project Dark Swallow in the Federation back then actually had a hidden trump card. The trump card was to give every cultivator who went out to carry out the mission a body, and leave a wisp of their soul behind on Earth with the help of the spirit researchers and the vast expanse Dao Palace. That way, they could ensure as much as possible that there was a possibility for those who went to carry out the mission to be revived on Earth even if they died elsewhere. At the same time, the body on Earth that had the soul fused into it would awake periodically and give the intel they had obtained to the Federation. This plan was an absolute secret, and only the Federation President and Ethereal Patriarch had the right to obtain the intel and give commands. And the star system that Zhao Yameng went to according to the plan was the Violet Gold civilization. In reality, when entering designated ruins on Earth, no one knew where they would arrive if they got lost there. It was only when Zhao Yameng appeared in the Violet Gold civilization that she realized their strength far exceeded that of Earth. To her understanding, the one with the highest cultivation on Earth was Wang Baoli. And he was only a soul conduit. But in the Violet Gold civilization, soul conduits didn't mean anything. They couldn't even be considered a warlord. Only planet realms had the right to be called warlords. And above the planet realm, the Violet Gold civilization even had Eternal Star Realm cultivators. And they didn't just have one. They had 3. The 3 of them were perennially in seclusion. That was especially so for the Violet Gold Patriarch. Although he wasn't a Star Domain Realm cultivator, legend had it that he was already at the half-step Star Domain Realm. The 3 Eternal Star Realm cultivators were like 3 balls of intense flame that engulfed the entire Violet Gold civilization. They caused the Violet Gold civilization to become a dominating presence in the 19th Star Domain within the Left Dao Holy Domain, under the never-ending Star Domain. The Left Dao Holy Domain? The 19th Star Domain? Wang Baoli was stunned. Chapter 873, Incredible Ice Spirit Water. Chapter 873, Incredible Ice Spirit Water. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hearing those two terms, even though Wang Baoli felt that he understood a lot about the never-ending clan, he was still stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had heard of the Left Dao Holy Domain. But the 19th Star Domain. Wang Baoli recalled that during the battle at the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect previously, either the Heavenly Spirit Sect Lord or Left-Hand Elder had exclaimed it once. Now that he heard it from Zhao Yameng, Wang Baoli's curiosity was piqued, and he asked about it. I also only learned about this after arriving at the Violet Gold Civilization and entering the Heavenly Spirit Sect. The portion of the universe we are in now is called the Never-Ending Dao Domain. We heard about this when we were on the ancient greenish bronze sword back then. And the Never-Ending Dao Domain is divided into 3 parts. They are the Perfected Immortal Holy Domain, Left Dao Holy Domain, and Side Sect Holy Domain. The 3 great holy domains are extremely boundless. For example, the Left Dao Holy Domain has 3,000 domains within it. And every domain has countless civilizations within it. All of it is ruled over by the never-ending clan. Where Earth is at, including the surrounding cosmos with astonishing boundaries, is the 19th Star Domain under the Left Dao Holy Domain. Within the 19th domain of the Left Dao Holy Domain, the strongest of the many civilizations, is the Violet Gold Civilization. They can become the strongest civilization in the Left Dao Holy Domain's 19th domain just by having 3 eternal star realms. Wang Baoli was astonished by the strength of the entire never-ending Dao domain, and his mind seemed to be opened up. However, he couldn't help but mumble. In reality, he had seen eternal star realms before. Although they were strong, they still became meek after hearing the name of his senior brother, Chen Qing. But his face turned serious. The strength of the Violet Gold Civilization made Wang Baoli feel that the Battle of the Divine Eye Civilization was very troublesome. That means that the Violet Gold Civilization has plans to follow up with this battle. The Violet Gold Civilization has joined forces with the Divine Eye royal family and have their eyes set on taking this place over. The Heavenly Spirit Sect is only the first wave. They'll follow up with a second and third wave. In fact, if necessary, the Eternal Star Realms might come out of seclusion and descend here if they can't stand the battle situation. Baoli, you must leave this place as soon as possible. Zhao Yameng took a deep breath and spoke quickly. After hearing Zhao Yameng's words and confirming his suspicions, Wang Baoli was a little frustrated. I've set my sights on the Divine Eye Civilization. Originally, I decided to take control of it and then use the method my senior brother taught me to pull it to Earth. Then I'd let the eternal stars fuse to raise our level. Wang Baoli had a vexed expression as he looked towards Zhao Yameng, in a dilemma. Yameng, the Divine Eye Civilization is such a small place. Do you know why the Violet Gold Civilization decided to join forces with the royalty here? You don't know? Zhao Yameng was stunned. But she considered that the amount of information they gained wasn't the same after all. So after thinking, she spoke. I'm not sure whether it's true, but the answer I got was, that the Divine Eye Civilization has a mark. To a certain extent, the mark gives one the right to enter a place called the Graveyard of Stars. Graveyard of Stars? Wang Baoli's pupils suddenly shrunk. This was the second time he had heard the name. Previously, the Divine Eye Old Ghost said that in an attempt to save his own life. At the same time, Wang Baoli could basically guess that the reason Sir Haiyang sold intel from 3 sources was related to this so-called Graveyard of Stars. However, he had no understanding of the Graveyard of Stars, and it wasn't easy for him to find someone to ask about this. So after hearing Zhao Yameng say those 2 words, Wang Baoli instantly became excited. Noticing Wang Baoli's expression, Zhao Yameng slowed down and tried to recall thoroughly, saying everything she knew. When I was in the Heavenly Spirit Sect, I heard someone say that the Graveyard of Stars is one of the never-ending star domain's 5 great mystic realms. Although it exists within the Left Dao Holy Domain, its location is extremely mysterious. Even Star Domain realm mighty figures can't lock onto it and find it. There's only information from the people who returned from there throughout the years. According to them, the Graveyard of Stars is insanely large, and there are countless planets without any life on them there. Those planets aren't dead. Instead, they are in a state that's similar to a deep slumber. and the violet gold civilization recognizes this state as being the most suitable for those almost at the planet realm to infuse the planets into themselves and make use of them to truly step into the planet realm. Zhao Yameng looked at Wang Baoli while speaking softly. Seclusion. There was nothing Zhao Yameng could hide from Wang Baoli, so she explained after seeing the doubt in his eyes. Wang Baoli nodded and asked another question after pondering. And you said just now that the violet gold civilization set their sights on the places of the divine I royal family. But logically speaking, with the strength of the violet gold civilization, they could just take them away directly. Why must they go through all the trouble of setting up an alliance? Is it because the places can't be obtained directly? Hearing Wang Baoli's question, Zhao Yameng smiled gently as her eyes twinkled. Chapter 875, Sly Old Fox. Chapter 875, Sly Old Fox. Baoli, what you said is right. Although I don't know the specifics, I know that the violet gold civilization's place is a mark that outsiders are unable to steal. The first emperor of the divine I civilization obtained it by chance back then. It can only be transferred when the royal family is willing to do so wholeheartedly. And to the violet gold civilization, helping the divine I royal family destroy the three greater sects is a piece of cake. Naturally, they won't incur huge losses just for a small gain and affect their chances to enter the planet cemetery. So, they decided to ally and cooperate with the royal family. Listening to that point, and combining it with the information he obtained previously, Wang Baoli mostly understood the reason for the battle. But when he thought of how the divine I civilization, which he already saw as being in his possession, was going to be taken away from him, Wang Baoli still felt indignant in his heart and was in a dilemma. How many planet realms does the violet gold civilization have? So Wang Baoli hesitated and asked again. There are a total of 5 greater sects in the violet gold civilization. The heavenly spirit sect is ranked 5th and has 3 planet realms. If we add them up together, the entire violet gold civilization should have 18 planet realms. Seeing Wang Baoli's indignance, Zhao Yameng sighed softly and continued speaking. According to the plan, they originally didn't need to come here in waves. But an unforeseen event happened to the divine I royal family, and made it such that the eternal Stargate couldn't be completely opened in one go to enable the whole violet gold civilization army to descend. Speaking to that point, Zhao Yameng swept a glance at Wang Baoli and already had guesses and answers in her heart. After the accident happened, the heavenly spirit sect was assigned to be the first wave of descenders. Their mission isn't to eliminate the 3 greater sects by themselves, but to open the eternal Stargate again here, and enable the second wave to descend successfully. They will complete the elimination of the 3 greater sects together while preparing to enter the planet cemetery. Wang Baoli furrowed his eyebrows. He understood why the heavenly spirit sect retreated to the eternal star after suffering a setback in the battles against the divine sovereign justice sect and violet gold new Dao sect. Although Wang Baoli also felt that the divine I civilization would be eliminated after hearing that information, the indignance in his heart made him feel that as opposed to just giving up, he should try fighting since there might be a chance to turn things around. Thinking to that point, Wang Baoli took a deep breath. Yameng, stay here for the time being. When this thing is settled, I'll take you back to Earth no matter the outcome. Being suddenly captured by Wang Baoli, and with the scene being witnessed by many heavenly spirit sect disciples, Zhao Yameng also understood that even if she returned and her master protected her, it would be difficult to explain herself. So she nodded. Just like that, as Wang Baoli took a step, he brought Zhao Yameng along as he left the underground of the main star where his true body was with a flick of his body. When he appeared, he was already in the cosmos. With another flick, he moved with astonishing speed as he headed straight for the sovereign planet. The two of them returned very quickly as Wang Baoli sped back. After sending Zhao Yameng to the Soul Rift Legion base, Wang Baoli wasted no time, instantly arriving within the Divine Sovereign Justice Sect's mountain gate. His status and identity were different from before. When he arrived, he didn't even need to report his arrival. And he didn't hide his divine will disturbances, instead, dispersing it directly while he arrived. Patriarch, Long Nanzi greets you. Even though the sovereign patriarch gave him a sufficiently high status and started calling him fellow Daoist, Wang Baoli was still very tactful and proficient at interpersonal relations. He was very clear that he wasn't a planet realm. It would be fine if he didn't display his strength, as being humble wouldn't have much effect and would cause people to underestimate him. But now that his strength had already been recognized, being humble would have a different effect on people. So the moment his divine will spread, a vortex instantly appeared in mid-air in front of him. The vortex was like a skylight, as it showed the world where birds were chirping and flowers were blooming within it. One could see a lake and a penthouse beside the lake. At that moment, the patriarch was sitting there and nodding while smiling at Wang Baoli through the vortex. He felt very satisfied in his heart at the fact that Wang Baoli was still referring to him as the patriarch. However, deep in his eyes, a sense of greed unnoticeable by outsiders flashed past when he saw Wang Baoli. "Fellow Daoist Long Nanzi, I trust you've received my voice transmission? Come over." Hiding his inner greed, the sovereign patriarch got up while smiling. Wang Baoli took a stride and stepped into the vortex. When he arrived, he was already outside the penthouse and beside the sovereign patriarch. The moment he arrived, he bowed to the patriarch with cupped fists. "Patriarch, I was still cultivating just now. Please forgive me for coming late." "No worries, fellow Daoist Long Nanzi. I invited you here to discuss the intel I've obtained. The Heavenly Spirit sect is only the first wave that the Violet Gold civilization sent here. The Heavenly Spirit sect seems to have suffered a setback now, but they are preparing to make the royal family activate a second teleportation to enable the second wave to arrive here. We have to retaliate as soon as possible." Wang Baoli blinked. He originally planned to say something similar to convince the patriarch to enter the fray so as to set up his future plans. He didn't expect the sovereign patriarch to say it himself. Therefore, he hesitated for a while. "Fellow Daoist Long Nanzi, with your expression now, can I assume that you're planning to give up on the Divine Eye civilization?" The sovereign patriarch's expression instantly became extremely serious as he dispersed his cultivation from his body. His eyes also displayed a sense of viciousness. All his actions made the doubt in Wang Baoli's heart intensify. But he understood that the information he obtained from Zhao Yameng might be secrets to ordinary cultivators. However, that didn't include planet realm cultivators like the sovereign patriarch. So he wasn't surprised that the patriarch said that. It was just that although the patriarch's attitude followed Wang Baoli's intentions, the process was a little weird. He expected to have to argue with the patriarch before they could reach such a consensus. But now, the patriarch was saying that by himself. Wang Baoli couldn't help but have other guesses. But he didn't hide his expression, instead, displaying it on his face to gather more information. The sovereign patriarch looked at Wang Baoli with a stern expression and heaved a long sigh. "Fellow Daoist Long Nanzi, I know you're not a coward who fears death. But I also know that the Violet Gold civilization is extremely strong and the dominant force in the 19th domain. I also understand that although the Divine Eye civilization is far away from them, its destruction is unavoidable. Are you really willing to see our home get invaded, our brothers enslaved, and us leaving our homes like stray dogs? This is our civilization. This is our home." Hearing the sovereign patriarch's words, Wang Baoli displayed a hesitant expression. To him, the Divine Eye civilization mainly stole and pillaged. They were originally a group of bandits, and he felt it weird hearing such words from a bandit's mouth. Also, do you really think you can escape from danger? Even if you escape from here, can you escape from the 19th domain? If you can't, how will you escape from the 19th domain's overlord? The only difference is whether you die standing or kneeling. Rather than choosing to escape and giving up as though begging on your knees for mercy as you await your death, why not choose to fight? Maybe there's still a chance. Even if we fail, we'll die gloriously in battle with no regrets. The sovereign patriarch said those words resolutely and decisively. In fact, there was even a hint of righteousness and patriotism. "What do you mean, patriarch?" Wang Baoli went silent for a while, gritted his teeth, and spoke with a deep voice. "Stop the second activation of the Eye of the Eternal Star and delay the descent of the second wave of Violet Gold civilization. At the same time, find a chance to kill all Divine Eye royalty. Once we achieve that, we will have the upper hand and completely delay the arrival of the Violet Gold civilization's reinforcements." After the patriarch said that, Wang Baoli's heart jolted as that weird feeling intensified. That was because this was basically identical to his previous plans. His plan was to find a way to bring away the Divine Eye civilization if he could stall until his cultivation reached the planet realm, and fuse it with Earth's civilization. He would then infuse it into Earth's eternal star and make it a subordinate of the Federation. Such a thought was selfish, but Wang Baoli didn't care about the Divine Eye civilization. He only cared about the Federation. Although that was a very risky move and could bring the Federation the trouble that was the Violet Gold civilization easily, in the never-ending Dao domain, riches were often obtained from dangerous places. He believed that even President Duanmu and the ethereal patriarch couldn't help but choose to gamble after weighing the pros and cons. In reality, if the Federation could really infuse the Divine Eye civilization and become the leader, causing the Divine Eye civilization to become its subordinate and bring the lives of all cultivators within it under the Federation's control, due to the Eternal Star, then, it would be akin to feeding the Federation a huge nourishing pill. He could greatly increase the level of the Federation, and everyone's cultivation could be improved as a result of that. Although there were risks, they weren't extremely huge. And Wang Baoli had some hidden trump cards that could avoid accidents as much as possible. But the prerequisite for all that to happen was dragging the Divine Sovereign Justice sect and Violet Gold New Dao sect down with him. But now, he didn't even need to drag them. Instead, they wanted to drag him down with them. It's a little different. The Sovereign Patriarch wants to kill all of the royals. But my plan isn't to kill but to capture.